All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 22. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は、日目です。So, uh, we're gonna wait. So, I was supposed to plan on doing the day one, part one of the Duolingo review, like Duolingo Japanese review. But I think we're going to play it safe and wait for this rotation of the radicals to happen. So we're gonna move it for the next 2 days, which kind of frees up time for me to finish my Chinese side of things. But anyways, so today is we're gonna get maybe a few characters, because I see Spoon, Spoon, Winter, Dry, and Canopy maturing. So I do see a couple things like Hiro. This is probably not Hiro because they usually use Onyomi readings, but Hiro would, well, actually, kidding. I think, actually, I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, I see Huyu, or they might Dong. I'm not sure if there's a read that's similar to Dong. Maybe. So there's some interesting ones coming up. I have 139 reviews, which pretty reasonable, not too bad. Or I mentioned and reflected upon the volume, right? Not too bad. I would say even to the upper limit of 500 would be fairly reasonable. 139. Let's get into it. We didn't have, so the beginning we would look over our mistakes and whatnot, so we did not have one yesterday, or like any lapse of judgment or distraction. We're gonna hit it right off the bat and hit our reviews. All right, here we go. Okay. Wait, yeah. Lots of radicals today. Oops. Oh, that's a typo. That's okay. That's a typo. That's a typo. I hit L instead of D. Dang. It's a shame that there's no large safeguards for typos. It slows down dramatically when you're needing to consider typos. Oops. One could make an argument, well, you know, you should get more accurate at typing. Not everyone types all the time. You know, I listen, I read, I write. So that would be very, very presumptuous. Oops, I did it again. Because these errors are not necessarily reflective of knowing what the term means or not. So single entry is, in my opinion, not sufficient. There should be like a toggle for 1+ mistake or something. Maybe there is. I'll go look later. I think that would become a problem, in my opinion, would become an issue in the future. Largely due to the nature that how things are unlocked are in series as opposed to based on consistency. Wait, well, it is sort of, but it's like an all or none advancement as opposed to like you have done it so often and you've maintained a specific percentage and therefore it moves forward. Obviously, you can script all of this, but I'm curious what type of options or utilities they have built in. I'm probably not going to change it for now, though. Something for the future to think about. Yes. Oops. Oh, I was asking for something else. That was asking for the meaning, not the read. Yeah, so no safeguard there, obviously. Pretty sure, unless I typoed. Oops. Yeah, that would have been marked as wrong as well. What did they accept here? See. Yeah. Good morning. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to add a synonym for that one. I think that's... Sure. That's being pedantic. So it's asking for meaning, and I type sudo, obviously. So that stuff is pretty egregious, I think. Having a one tap reducing, I think that's equivocating two-step, like that's preventing from feeling two steps, you know, two steps forward, one step back. This is more like one step forward, one step back. And I think that's not a great way of incentivizing taking chances and increasing your flow. So then you get into that whole grindy situation where like, oh yeah, now I'm tiptoeing on glass, right? Glass shards. It's a balance. I imagine there are scripts out there that will balance that out. So this is my commentary on what's the default, not necessarily what you can change. I'll probably end up adapting as I go. How quickly I will type things and whatnot. Oh, there, Gecko. I'm doing all right. You know, we're doing today's our review day, so doing that. How are you? It's a bit late. How have you been? Hmm. Oops. Pretty good. Amazing long. I imagine, you know, get that rest. Anything interesting that you find topical? I've been typing quite a lot and reading quite a lot. There's quite a lot of topical things that are relevant to language learning and being on the internet and stuff. So lately, lots and lots of stuff to preoccupy my background. I have a lot of stories in my back pocket. Perhaps another day, right? with some time. Maybe on the weekends. Maybe, you know, weekend conversation. You try to keep up with my reviews either live or with the replays. I'm thinking when you level up, I move on a level on WaniKani Wani to keep up the work on your side. Ooh, I like that. Blair gave me the impression she is also doing it because the last time I checked in with Blair, she was on level 3. And since we done level 3, I'm holding her to it, you know. It's awesome to be. That's a really interesting, man. That is a really interesting way of going about cooperating. Interesting. Yeah, sure. On weekends you can afford to stay up later, or on a day you get a live. Yeah. Yesterday I went a little too late, and today the Discord was really active, or like I had people shared something, so I tend to be very active to type things. And then when I got up today, you know, quite a lot of things that are relevant to me in the background happened overnight, or not overnight, over afternoon. I wake up I keep waking up a lot later in the day, so all the day's activities pass by the time I wake up, right? So like people actually leave their work day by the time I start my day. I don't usually like immediately tackle like emails and look at news and stuff until after my morning routine. So by that time, the evenings like news and stuff has passed. So then depending on how relevant and stuff that stuff is, it can like push me till late. I don't necessarily want it. I'm distracted a lot, which is kind of a good thing and also kind of a like distraction thing, right? Like because I'm not paid or obligated to do this. There's quite a lot of things that transpired on the internet lately. The first time you tried out Kaniwani was very shortly after you started. I mean, Kaniwani, yeah, after starting WaniKani. I think it was a bit too challenging at the time, but the time you had, yeah, that's understandable. Now it feels good to review it, yeah. And in a way, distracting is also what it means to live life, right? Yep. It's I don't want to get so I can't think of a very non-biased word, but to me the word I would describe in times like this is it's very exciting, maybe anxiously exciting, or maybe cautious optimism, because what's happening on the internet and lots of other things compiled, I have so much thinking to do and so much writing to do. Like recently, I'm not sure if you're familiar with John Green and his brother Hank Green. However, the last thing I posted before I'm like, I can't digress anymore in the Discord because I'm gonna be super late, and then things get to he posted his weekly vlog, right, on Vlogbrothers, and he was talking about is audiobooks considered reading? And this is something I answer quite a lot, like quite a lot, when people say, oh, you should read this, you should read that, and it's very relevant to my perceptions about language learning. It bleeds into all of that. John, so it's a channel called Vlogbrothers. It's let me give you a brief description in case you can make a more like informed decision about whether you enjoy this or if this is useful to you. I tend to plug them a little bit. One day, maybe like 10 years down the line, if I ever cross paths with them, it's probably going to be a form of. There are very few people in my life that I would be a little bit humbled and practically embarrassed if they find out I talk about them in the most brightest sense. So the Green Brothers, They've been doing this way longer than I have, but I've been around. They are generally almost one generationally ahead of me. So like 8 to 10 years, right? So they are my seniors. So these people, the track that they're doing and stuff really represents where my aptitude is and my personality. So these are kind of the most influential people that projects. And so if what I'm saying is very interesting, typically these guys already covered it in a more elegant way, and they are heavily influenced. And they have a channel called Vlog Brothers. And it's very cute because Hank and John take turns writing vlogs to each other. So they record something that's less than 10 minutes. And it's a thought and stuff. I think Hank does it on Tuesday. Someone does it on Tuesday and someone does it on Thursday. So it's kind of like a pen pal between two brothers. However, they do it in a format that is public to allow others to vicariously participate, to engage in demonstrating what it's like to have intellectual dialogue between a personal friend or family. And I had considered doing something like that. Unfortunately, my close friends are very busy. So we tried a few times, largely due to the nature that if you demonstrate communication between two people and family members, it encourages communication. You know, like, oh, you can talk to your family like that. You can talk to your child or discuss with your child, that kind of thing. And Hank and John Green is the author. John Green is the author of Faults in Our Stars. I'm going to use Faults in Our Stars as a way to, it's his most like mainstream thing that may ring a bell. So he's a published author of various things, but one of them would be Faults in Our Stars. His most recent, was talking about his most recent book that he recorded. He often narrates his books. So he recently finished recording his all about like his tuberculosis book. So he, in the last, I can't spell tuberculosis. In the last 3 to 4 years of effort, he published something in order to overturn or use his influence in order to affect allowing TB tests to be readily available in countries that are still ravaged by TB, right? Because in the modern world, we don't like in the developed worlds, right? The developed countries, we don't often talk about TB anymore, largely due to the advancements. And yet, we feel that this is disproportionately represented by TB's presence in developing countries. So it's a long narration. You can probably follow it if you're interested, right? But it's talking about his book. So he recently narrated it and getting ready for audiobooks. So his thought involves that. They've been doing this for well over 10 years. Most of their work deals with creating information. So Hank Green, for example, is the entrepreneur side of high functioning things. He did things like SciShow and Crash Course, or something that deals with education. So most of these, they raise money enough to sustain their livelihood. However, almost 90% of their influence and the things they do are to improve the quality of information, education, and well-being, right? So it kind of sounds very, very redundant with what I say all the time now. And it's a coincidence. I actually didn't know these guys for this long. I knew them maybe by chance, like approximately 2 years ago. And I don't religiously watch their stuff. And I like that they moderated their Vlog Brothers to Tuesdays and Thursdays. So it's not like a creating an unintentional dependency, right? And it's really reflective of the personalities that they have. Generally, creating dependency is something that either it's consciously avoided or it's moderated because Hank and John are not individuals who solely focus on very compulsive. They actually try to do the opposite. John actually struggles openly, struggles or deals with cope with compulsion, right? So it's one of those things, like their personalities kind of overlap with the material. Would their latest video on audiobooks be a decent representation of their content? Yes, usually it's very consistent. So John on Vlogblurs, it's commentary, and it's less than 10 minutes. They are far more succinct and concise and eloquent than I am, largely due to the nature, I would say, that the community that they have are long-standing community members. So when they talk about things, I think they have a leniency in order to be very harsh and generalize a little bit, large due to many years of iterations. So when someone like a new person goes in and they ask a question, they have a relatively robust, incredibly large community that's able to adjust and welcome that person, which takes the onus a little bit off of individuals who may take things out of context or overly generalize, right? So if you listen to their commentary, it's probably going to be very reminiscent. I mean, I would love to ask them directly, if not. However, the approach that they talk about typically resonates with me, like how they make commentary and evaluate situations. Hank is on the lively side. John is on the side that is more my personality, where I often think manically about things and compulsion. However, both of them execute with the concern for providing commentary and approaching constructively. So the vlogs are, in the words of John, I think it was John who talked about consuming. Oh, actually, both John and Hank did something like this, where they talk about what makes social media and the information incredibly robust and interesting. One is to provide some sort of personality or life anecdotes while making it relatable, while at the same time being critical about something and profoundly constructive, right? There's 2 or 3 major elements that exist in a form of media that creates that magic. I think I'm more likely thinking it was a John video that I'm referring to. So they both post on the same video, and it's fun watching them interact, because I do earnestly believe in the future that's how they interact. And what so I won't tell you, like, share with you what his opinions are. I will share my anecdote and you can compare with his. How is this relevant to language learning? Well, oftentimes the impression I've gotten in the last year, it's almost been a year now of language learning, and obviously well above the average person's learning frequency. I get the impression oftentimes it's a competition, right? Like, it's a competition. Speaking and listening versus writing and reading, right? But it's a mismatched dissonance. Hear me out here, where reading is the preferred way of input, but speaking is the bias output. And writing is not associated with reading as a necessity, or like as a different dimension, and listening is second to reading, right? So where reading would listening would be akin to speaking. So there's this really hodgepodge, like you have, A, B, C, D, but oftentimes A is associated with D originally, but due to the nature of the internet, it's associated this way in terms of importance. And rarely do these things get associated anymore, right? I like writing because I like reading. Not that it's exclusive. We're suggesting an underrepresented perspective. I like reading, and by writing, I appreciate reading. I like speaking because I appreciate listening, right? However, in the language learning space, it's often that reading is the step used to get to speaking. So there's a leap of logic, there's a leap where, oh, if I do enough reading, I eventually learn how to speak. And then, there's pushbacks. People say, oh, no, but you have to listen to natural speakers in order to speak. But it's interesting that is advice. What I mean is how cause and effect and association between the act and the input and the output is passed on as wisdom, as like something that is best kept secret, or something to language learning and other things. And that really demonstrates how hyper-focused a mindset can be when considering how you interact with information and learn information. Now, how is this relevant to John Green? I'll talk about a little bit. The main question that prompted his vlog is, does listening to a book or reading a book constitute as reading? Right? We talk about semantics and categorizations a lot of times. And for myself, over the years, like the many years, when someone say manga, anime, right? Manga, anime is relatively a synonymous parallel example. Manga involves reading, anime involves seeing and listening, right? But seeing in a different context, seeing in the listening of something, right? And oftentimes when someone likes manga, they're rarely concerned about the sound of anime. It's interesting. Like, what I mean is, okay, they might like the Japanese language and whatnot, but the process of how sound impacts their experience. Cue the person who likes reading books instead of watching the movie version of their favorite books. I listened to John Green's books. I haven't actually read John Green's books. So the Anthropocene Review is easily one of my favorites, commentary and stuff. The Anthropocene Reviewed. That was my first introduction to John Green. He narrated himself. I listened to it, and then so I didn't read it. However, some people will ask, well, have you read a book recently? And I'm like, well, yes, technically I have. I know most of the contents in Anthropocene Reviewed, but I haven't actually literally used my eyes to read it. I have a predominant combination of reading something and listening to things when it suits me. So recently, I listened to Fault in Our Stars on road trips. I listen to audiobooks while I'm driving, like long road trips. So I recently completed Fault in Our Star and Turtles All the Way Down, which both were adapted into movies with John Green's collaboration. So those two were very different experiences. They are neither better or worse than each other. They are exclusively in a manner that is different enough that warrants experiences, much like using WaniKani and suddenly using Kani-Wani for a different motivated reason, right? And long story short, I don't think when someone asks me, do I read a book, I generalize like, did I consume the information? It's like, yes. And some people might say, well, you didn't read the book, so you didn't use your imagination. It's like, yes, but you also didn't listen to the book and hear the inflection and personality of John Green's voice reading his own book, right? So most of the time, people like to differentiate better and worse, not solely, not based on the larger perspective. They base it on the cherry-picked characteristic of their preference and compare it to the absence of that, or the absence or the presence of that particular metric. Like, for example, books. Well, you can't use your imagination because someone has created those images and sounds for you, for example. So a person would say, I prefer to read a book because it allows me to use my own imagination and creativity as opposed to watching a movie, which has depictions. Well, you can still be creative and imagine things based on the stimuli of the movie and the sound. One can iterate and create new emergent properties off that. The refusal to think it's important is, in my opinion, the perspective that underlies his recent, in my opinion, an extension of his recent commentary on is it considered reading? Well, the answer is both, right? Books, reading. If the purpose is to obtain information, right? And he had a really, and one last thing before you go, probably, John Green had this really wonderful vlog, like way back when he was talking about the limitations. He was brainstorming and talking about the limitations of language and categorizations in general, where language will, by its design, attempt to capture expressive like communication between people, right? But ultimately will fail largely because it captures a portion of it, right? That does not mean one should stop attempting to evolve their form of expression, because music, sound, visuals, that can aid in it too. And when him as a published author have some interesting ways and elegant anecdotes involving like how one describes the limitation of written language, right? And I find this most recent one to be very, very, I got lost in thought, largely because I'm learning a language, which John Green actually hasn't ever disclosed if they know different languages. It would be so interesting to hear like how someone, like, to see what his approach would be in his commentary on a different language. He does collaborate though with a lot of people who do possibly like translate his work and whatnot. I'm sure he has experience with that. Some of his books are international, so it'll be interesting to know. I love it. This was very a strong point because it relates so much to language learning. That consideration that certain things are more important than other things, yet they are all part of the same process, or they are cumulatively part of the same process. And it resonated with me with lots of things that John Green himself might not participate in, although his words through his experience were phrased in a manner that encapsulates the idea that all the above. And I really like that. Let's see. You initially got into Japanese mainly because you wanted to understand anime and the subtitles and the dialogue that get lost in translation. To achieve this goal, I briefly considered learning only phonetically, okay? But I very quickly dropped that idea because it felt like a shortcut that would make me miss so much. And I don't know how much easier it would really have been anyway. Tough. Yeah. Tough to gauge. I'm still a long way from watching anime without subs, but I'm enjoying the process, so I don't mind. Some friends and families do have some trouble understanding that though. Yeah. I think the biggest resistance, I'm gonna stick with my guns most of the time. I read things multiple times in multiple contexts. So when someone asks me, do I watch anime without subtitles? The answer is no. And then if someone asks me, do I watch anime with subtitles? I say yes. And then they stop there. You see what I mean by how short-sighted that is? So if someone asks you a yes or no question, right, I would pause, but technically yes. If I were being concise, I would test the person's understanding of nuance, right, when it comes to engaging in question asking. Oftentimes questions are incredibly narrow, but it does reveal their biases. Like if someone asks me, oh, do you use subtitles with anime? And I'm like, yes. What do you suggest that person would say? They wouldn't ask me what kind of subtitles. A lot of times it doesn't. It stops. The thinking stops because it's not inclusive. It's largely seeking a confirmation bias. So if someone asks me their whole host of questions like, do you use subtitles to watch anime? I'll say yes. So what kind of subtitles, and instead of asking an open-ended question, they might go and say, oh, so you use English subtitles? Like, well, yes. They didn't ask me if I use Japanese subtitles because I would still say yes. And then when someone says, oh, do you listen to the English dub of anime? Yes. It's like, oh, so, and then it stops there because they don't ask me, do I listen to anime in Japanese? I would still say yes. The idea is there is confirmation bias, and then there's confirmation bias based on narrow-sightedness. It's different when someone's being inclusive and relying on confirmation bias, and then it's very different, which is why I resonate with Hank Green and John Green and intellectuals like that, is when they leave open-ended questions. So leave for the consideration that it can be both, all of the above, none of the above, or even things you don't understand or know yet. And one of those types of approaches lead to a behavioral idiosyncrasy when it comes to communication. And it's very felt most of the time. Like, oftentimes people resonate and vibe check. Well, oftentimes you don't find a lot of examples on the internet like Hank and John that they actually manage to cultivate a community of individuals, or like a community that's bolstered by that type of openness, that inclusiveness in thinking, largely because it's very laborious if you're used to the fast-paced algorithm of confirmation bias, right? When you say, oh, I think language learning is best learned phonetically by listening to lots of native content. You type that in. The moment you type that into your search engine with an enabled history, you're going to be reinforced in the ups and downs of just that topic. No other topic will get reinforced as hard. So and based on the phrasing of your search result, you can write, is listening to native content the best way, right? Or you can say the best way of learn Japanese fluency. The moment you type very specific point of views, the algorithm is going to reinforce that. Like every automated thing will get you to what you want. It will confirm all your suspicions, right? And it's on the person, the user, to have enough critical thinking skills and problem solving skills in order to challenge the algorithm. So what does that look like? It doesn't get to the second stage most of the time. I would say over 50% of the time people stop there. And actually, if you reduce it by age, in age group, get to like 20s and stuff, it stops, almost exclusively stops there. I would say 9 out of 10 people stop after they confirm their suspicions. No null hypothesis testing, no consideration that it can be both. Both could be true at the same time. Both could be wrong or slightly inaccurate at the same time. So I watch English things with English subtitles. And if they offer Japanese, I would watch people speaking in English with Japanese subtitles, but that's not an option because it's diminished return.
Like, now let's think about the intersection of business, like video games, language learning apps. What is the return on investment? So, like, I love Like a Dragon games because, in my opinion, it's still a very brave move to triple dub your games with the potential backlash and or like, oh, this is where my money is going if I buy this game. I wish they didn't spend so much money dubbing, triple dubbing. That those are the things that are related to the mindset of being interacting with content. Nowadays, content is hyper efficient. And this is related to also the recent things going on with like TikTok, AI, and whatnot. But the hyper efficient way of doing things also stifles creativity, inclusiveness, and open mind thinking. So the more efficient you get without moderating it with other ideas can produce in subconscious, even a subconscious pattern and emotional response to whenever something is inconvenient, something that does not align with your expectations. And that bleeds into how business is done now, how people are incentivized to design products that only confirms your suspicions, and then they rely on techniques that confirms your insecurities, right? It's confirm, confirm, confirm. So nowadays, I would say older intellectuals, when I have conversation with them, it's often about the commentary on how intellectual creativity and stuff has been stifled. Like, not in those exact words, but often the discussion is how things become so iterative now. Like and it's not bad or good, it feels nice, as in ultimately feels nice. That's what they get reinforced. Like, if we have one MCU movie, let's have 40 of them until the point it doesn't work, right? Until it's oversaturated. But when does that point end? Well, Fortnite didn't end. Roblox didn't end. So the idea is you can iterate just enough, but usually it stifles creativity. And that's all well and good when you're happy, but the moment when you're unhappy, what do? Well, you clearly have withdrawal symptoms and then raise a riot and feel like your life has ended. And that was demonstrated very real because of the TikTok thing. So it kind of is alarming. It's kind of scary. It's all sorts of feelings right now. The consequence of efficiency and hyper-objectivity and high convenience has taken an unexpected turn of dependency. So when someone says, well, this tool doesn't do this, and say, well, you can do it yourself, like for fun, maybe as an exercise, like, no. I need to get something. The tool has to do this. It's something I need. I'm like, I don't think they need to teach you grammar. You can choose to learn grammar manually. Like, and that's not to excuse like products that suggest certain things and they don't provide those things, right? I think grammar is a big one. Native verbal samples is another one. When a product says, oh, we generate our voices for these practical reasons, your first criticism is they don't have native speech. I'm like, okay, that is not constructive. That's an emotional response to wanting a product to have something that they don't advertise. That's a logical fallacy. It's objectivity being hidden behind subjective emotional responses. That's one of the biggest criticisms for so many language learning apps, and I don't see anywhere that advertise that they have these things. So there's a fine line between expecting something because you feel that it's the best and important versus this is what we have and what we did. Tell me if it's effective. right? You could say it's not effective because they don't have these things, but not that the product is bad because they don't have something that was designed to not have it in the first place. There's no out-of-box thinking at all. Confirmation bias is 100 times the law. So if something is not there, then it's not in consideration. There are reasons why things are not there as well, right? To be fair, you also watch movies and shows in English or French with subs on in the same language. Yeah, exactly, Gecko. Sorry, I forgot to read that. I should have read that first before I said that. When I achieve sufficient proficiency to be defined, I will watch anime in Japanese with Japanese subtitles. I actually do all of the above regardless of my comprehension level. Gecko, like I watch something in English, and because I know the context in English, I will grab subtextual things in Japanese. I actually watch things that I don't completely comprehend, like in general, even in English. Like there are things that I don't understand, like playing a video game that features a form of logical thinking in puzzle solving that I struggle with. So in general, time is what I negotiate, obviously, because if you're stuck on something and not comprehending something, time becomes a factor. However, things I voluntarily choose, I participate in things that I have no grasp of, right? Because it's not dependent on my life death situation or like some obligate like nutrients or something. Like I'm not going to take, I'm not going to cook mushrooms if I don't understand if it's poisonous or not, that kind of thing. Those are obligations. But voluntarily, I even throw myself at the deep end where it might not be successful. These are mandatory, in my opinion. I would say they're sufficient stimuli to challenge oneself to handle. How do you negotiate failure? How do you negotiate and bring something from failure to not? Yes, there are efficient ways to do things, right? And efficiency is something you choose. So you can do the most of the things you want with efficiency and objectivity in mind. However, like I like to remind someone, like if you do not fail ever, you do not do inefficient things ever, then one reasonably or logically should accept that they are not great at optimizing or being creative of changing things to be sufficient. So when someone says, oh, I know exactly what you need, here's your problem, and I'm going to solve your problem, it's a regurgitation of one's own anecdotal experience coming from someone who is probably likely someone who hasn't failed that process. Like, you don't know. You don't know what their pattern is. It can very well be someone who did fail in the same way, and this was their solution. However, then you still have to take a grain of salt because that failure might be in a different nature due to their background, right? So all of these things are considering things that you may or may not see or witness, and it goes beyond the scope of the person providing that. So when I say I struggle with this thing, I cannot automatically assume that you would struggle with this even if it looks the same, right? However, I can demonstrate these things and allow that other person in good faith, right? I naively, for a very long time, assume that if I can demonstrate a problem-solving skill, that when someone observes that problem-solving skill, they are able to iterate and adapt it to themselves. This is not the social norm anymore, in my opinion. I would say over 50% of the time, this is not the social norm. You have to adequately demonstrate in context and credibility that that person has to literally observe in order to meet their expectations. That's kind of one of those things that you no longer meet in the middle ground. Like, hey, this tool is not quite ideal for my purpose. However, the stuff that works great. The stuff that don't, I have an idea to tweak it. Right? Because I know that the developer does not plan on doing this. That's different from saying this product sucks because I expected this and I full well know the developer isn't going to do this or have no plans on doing this. So instead of rectifying and considering all the counter arguments, this person goes on to spend most of the time confirming their expectations and critiquing and passing off quote unquote objective review and commentary as something that doesn't take consideration of a bigger picture. And that bigger picture used to be at minimum including the person you're criticizing, the people who are working on the product, right? And what they have said and produced and your opinion. It doesn't even reach there anymore. Now, because of unconscionable and unintentional consequences of algorithm, you are the main character and your entire viewpoint is the only valid viewpoint in order to advise people. I think how oxymoronic is it that someone says they're helping you when they rely on information only from themselves? Like, I stop there. Like, it gets immediately stopped in its tracks when someone says, "Oh, I know exactly what your problem is. Here's the solution." Like, can you pause for a moment? Can you describe what my problem is? Because you haven't even done that. Like, do you know what the problem is? Right? And then, someone will say, "Oh, well, I saw that you made this error." It's like, that's not describing what the problem is. You're describing what you observe as a consequence of anything that contributes to that problem. Like, you have not even thought about the exponential, unfathomable combination of things that contribute to that problem. Not that it's insulting or not kind. Trying to help someone is kind regardless of its intent or its source, right? Right? Like, it's helping someone. But the nature of that helping requires some introspection and some compassion. Largely due to the nature that if you're the person being helped, you have to determine if that person's advice is helpful. Which ultimately, when someone projects whatever their experience is and definitely show an error of presumptions, you want to take a step back and consider the idea that this person has not weighed any consideration for you, right? Even though they can be helpful, right? The way internet interacts now is that correct information is correct information. But that correct information has no stipulations, no conditions that are made apparent or transparent. So when someone says, "Oh yeah, you should always listen to native content," that will get you to Japanese fluency. Meanwhile, some people go and ham deep into native content and realize that they gave up after a year or even a month. It's unfortunate, but you would think then that those people use that as a learning lesson, but the internet not only reinforces that, like, I'll say, so you go on and you type, "Yeah, listening to native content doesn't work, like only to native content," and then the internet will reinforce your suspicions, and it does the opposite, where it convinces you of something that is part of the picture. Right? It's constantly part of the picture. Part of the picture that emotionally resonates with you. It's rarely objective. It's true. Like, the stuff that's said is true because someone said it, so therefore someone believes it. It's not objective because it's not inclusive. Right? Like, you don't see the counter arguments, you don't see, and what's funny is you would think articles that talk about this include counter arguments, but that doesn't get views. So when you look at reviews, they don't no longer include counter arguments. you're not reading scientific literature. That's one of the few bastions left where the strength of the article is expected by the strength in which they also answer and address counter arguments. Journalism and algorithm-based things are incentivized to be persuasive. When they're persuasive, they get more views. So if you have an article that's too long where half of it is supporting the good things and half of it is supporting the bad things, then no one's going to sit around for that. They want confirmation bias. Like, give me the TLDR that confirms the overall message, which then will make the person feel like it's overall a excellent decision, when meanwhile one of the counter arguments could derail and be a deal breaker. It sucks. And that's efficiency, though. That's one of the trade-offs of efficiency. You wanted efficiency, you lose all the nuances. And then when you lose all the nuances, you're not incentivized to use those nuances. So if that sells really well, the algorithm will support it. So now journalism has become an op-ed on persuasive pieces. They are no longer op-eds and inclusive like scientific articles, right? Scientific articles are only bolstered and be able to publish because peer review exists. Like, you have to at minimally be able to satisfy your greatest critics in order for that that publication to happen. And even then, that is subjected to biases too, right? Like, we're talking about a gold standard that is barely kept and reflective of 90% of online journalism. It's not representative, reflective of 90% of journalism now, or information. And yet that is also subjective to bias because, a decade ago, there was this whole thing about cancer research, right? And even then, with all those fail-safes, now that provides me with a context. Yes, it can sound a little bit cynical, but I'm actually an optimist. I think that model is possible to moderate what's going on right now with misinformation. It's very topical, like the explosion of misinformation with the recent events in the last week. In itself is not necessarily a bad thing to spark reflection and reinforce language, but it does distract me from the content you're trying to watch and enjoy. It does, yeah. So hear me out. I'm talking about making room for someone to engage in a mixed situation, right? We're talking about exposure therapy in a way. It's shocking that I'm saying this. I didn't expect myself to be saying this in this context, but intellectual exposure therapy is a thing, in my opinion, now. Like, for example, having accountability for exposing people to the alternatives or the opposites. The problem I can see that large platforms have to negotiate is, how do you transition softly into that without hitting withdrawal symptoms? What are those withdrawal symptoms that look like? You distracted me from my dopamine flow. Like, dude, I ain't got time to watch a random clip that challenges all the clips that I like to watch, right? The question is it to the point where it's too late for businesses to do this at the cost of investing forward in human moderation? Like, what I mean is, how far deep has this idiosyncrasy have become to the point where when you remove something temporarily, the withdrawal symptoms, intellectual withdrawal symptoms, is experienced quite literally in a day's time. That's how, in my opinion, so real lately it has become. Where, like, what happens? I'm thinking like language learning now. What happens if WaniKani went down for 1 month? That sounds like, oh, okay, that's no big deal because there are other things. But what happens if Anki goes down for 1 month? And then you might be thinking, well, Anki's offline and stuff. Okay, well, let's pick something that's only online. You know, what happens when YouTube goes down for a month? Because we felt that recently. And it sounds like a moot point to me. It's like, well, Maku, why are you getting all upset about it? It doesn't relate to you. Like you don't use TikTok and stuff. Like, well, I don't. But because I'm someone who thinks, in my opinion, larger ramifications, my thought is this sets a precedence for something, right? It doesn't have to be TikTok. Meanwhile, like WaniKani, it doesn't have to be Japanese, right? So, yikes. Like, this is very, very real right now. And I think if there's any way to create like a moderation or like a pullback or a mix thing, it's a crisis. Like you're hit with a crisis, right? And eventually and this morning I woke up to so many like refreshing, although like cautiously optimistic and anxiety inducing proposals on how to resolve dependency, especially dependency on tools that does not offer or naturally are incentivized to offer alternatives. Like as a business, when you're offering a product, the last thing you want to do is advertise a competing product or a differing product that goes against your product in your product, right? It's not like the consumers are thanking you. It's like, oh, thanks for suggesting other things that I may or may not want because they're ads. Think about ads for a moment, right? Those ads are often targeted, right? But they're targeted based on your interest. They're not targeted based on offering alternative enlightenment or stimulation. They are ultimately a distraction. So now we have this hyper efficient world where anything, even a single step, is a constant distraction from the tasks you are focused on. I think it's fairly ironic when someone says, oh, they have short attention spans, they have ADHD because they're doing this task. And when I see this task, I'm like, so you think not being able to do 500 reviews in WaniKani suggests that you have ADHD? My first thought was, before the internet, the expectation of doing a singular task for that long and redundantly is very, very small. Like, much, much shorter. Now, I know there's a distinction. The nuance is that they're talking about a sustained task in terms of their thought process. But think about the requirements they're thinking about, right? When they learn Japanese, they're expecting that they spend a very different perspective of amount of time on something. So now I start to wonder, what is it that makes people think they even have short attention spans? Like, here I am doing this review, right? I consider this as something that actually very few people did before the internet. Like, spending most of their time looking at flashcards. In my opinion, the vast majority of scholars would engage in the content in multiple ways. However, not any single one of them are the best way of learning something. It's the combination of all those things. A various individualized combination of all those things lead to success, right? It leads to consistency. It starves monotony. It doesn't create dependency on one method, right? So Charns linked me this thing which I was aware of, where now you can take an information like your essay or your homework, and you can use Sora and or like Reina and the different AIs to generate a YouTube short and or a TikTok short, where you have like something playing in the background as a visual thing, and there's like letters coming out like a short. It looks like a short, but it's giving you information about something else. My only thought was, that's neat. It's a very efficient way to leverage like the YouTube short thing, make it feel familiar, emotionally comforting, while also feeding information to them. However, that reinforces the dependency that they can only learn in that manner. Not only that, it stifles creativity, so they will be unable to learn in any other way, largely due to the high dependency of that way. So when someone says, oh, I learned a lot from TikTok, it's like, okay, my first question is, where else do you learn things? And nowadays, I would not be surprised when someone admits honestly, it's like, well, you know, I spend most of my time on TikTok, so that's where I learn most of the things. It's like, okay, well, have you learned it in a different format? Right? So how does this relate to WaniKani and language learning? If someone tells me that Anki is better than what I'm doing, I have to ask them, what else did you do? Did you try anything else? Because your advice or your projected advice onto me is dependent on how dynamic you are, right? If you say, oh, I live and die by graded readers, I can't take your advice. Like, it's very, very unlikely that your advice is relevant to me, largely because you do not engage in more than one thing, right? I either love graded readers and agree with you, or I don't, right? When someone says I only watch anime in Japanese, I can no longer talk to you about what English means to me, right? You no longer know how to appreciate the value of dubbing in anime in English because you don't concern yourself with that. And then when you watch it on the internet and you start talking about the internet, they will consistently give you that feedback that anime is the best in Japanese. When does it become a placebo effect and a nocebo effect for the counter, right? Is Japanese anime always good and best in Japanese? Does that person ever consider that anymore? That's the nature of why I have even though I streamed for a very long time, talked to many, many people, there are only a few people that ultimately I do not run out of discussion topics speaking, because they don't end up settling on one idea and have the idea be understood, right? It's one of the things I feel like my best friends and I practice. We actually take time apart, not like intentionally, but by coincidence, largely because we're intellectually spurious people. So if we stay too much time sharing same emotional barriers and experiences, intellectually, it's not interesting anymore, right? It's great to feel connected to someone without explaining or speaking. That is something that is obligatory, to be connected with someone in a fundamental level. However, we don't talk a lot. If we're together all the time, we're not talking about like significant others and whatnot. There's are different negotiations because there are emotional impacts that create dynamics. But when it comes to like friends and intellectual people, yeah, it takes like 5 seconds to catch up, right? Because if you spend a lot of time with each other with the same interests, there are no exposure to other interests, right? Groupthink. You certainly wouldn't use the word best, but I myself do tend to prefer original versions for shows, anime, simply because by nature it is what is closest to the original creator's vision. Dub can be great in that own way. So hear me out. You use the word original in the sense that it's implying that the original is naturally the best already, even though you don't use the word best. And you did say prefer, but the idea is the original version of the show is the original version by the Japanese creator. The dub of the show is another original creation based on an interpretation of the dub, right? As opposed to comparing apples and oranges, the obstacles of dubs is different from the obstacle of an original creator. The original creator could create an original dub and an original, well, like first language, and those would be both original products of the original creator. However, in the way you phrased it, obviously does demonstrate your preference, that the originator could be one and the same person, yet one is subpar and one isn't, as opposed to looking at it as a limitation of the original creator. Like, for example, the original creator may have oversight in the dub, or they may be disinterested in the dub, and it's reflected in the product. And they're both originating from the original creator's vision. Right? If original creators say, oh, I would want to dub my anime, I give the green light, and then they just send it off to someone else to do it, then those people become the originators because the original creator doesn't care about it. That is a reflection of the original creator's limitations and care of what is their vision. Their vision is that English is not important to them. Like, you can view it in that way. It's still it originates from the creator. So why do I feel like that's a interesting topic? I'm not saying that this is the case. I can't predict the future and I don't interview to creators, but there are creators, there are great examples like Cowboy Bebop, or people who make games like a Dragon that have to consider the idea that their game will be in English and in Japanese. And that product is substantially different from a product with an original creator who doesn't care about their dub of their product, right? So by nature, it is still in the creator's vision. The creator's vision does not include English or whatever the dub language is. And that is an extension and also a reflection of the original creator. Now, I would be a little bit more fair, I suppose, and say the dub is a reflection of whoever they give the permission to do that. And oftentimes, that's how people view it. Maybe put it this way, to me, watching dub feels like listening to a cover song. Exactly. You don't have to explain that. I already know. Like, nothing wrong with that, of course. Okay, and then you can sometimes prefer the cover song. My personal taste simply tends to favor originals. Yes, hear me out here. I'm not talking about what your opinions are. Like, I know what your opinions are. I know what you're trying to say. Like, that makes sense. All that makes sense. But you only have associated negative words with cover and positive words for your personal taste. That's perfectly fine. It's reasonable and it checks out, right? You mean, like, for example, it shows to me that you have to overcome an obstacle to appreciate cover songs, and you typically don't have to overcome obstacles when you're thinking about originals. And yet, a lot of times, if it's not disclosed which one is originals, people might like the cover song over the original without that prior knowledge. So if an anime comes out and the original creator wasn't presented, you may not even know that preference. So since when is it a placebo and a nocebo effect? I don't think people do that. It would be kind of weird. There's no business model around this because that's kind of weird. So there is selective bias regardless if it's better or not, right? And I like that you use personal taste. So that's great, right? Your personal taste might be a placebo effect, and that is perfectly reasonable. How one tells this to another person is very different, right? Like, when you say, when not you specifically, Gecko, but the hypothetical person, say that this is better than this, my first thought is, are you aware of your biases yet? So that I can contextualize how important this is. One way I do it by default is I basically believe whatever they say and I do it myself, right? Without the expectation that I prefer something or not prefer something. So, for example, when someone gives you advice and you're like, oh, but I know my preferences, how much of that prevents you from understanding that other person's perspective, right? Your willingness is dependent on how much of an emotional barrier that is. Like, I'm actually, when someone says, and it's a double-edged thing. When someone says, oh yeah, this anime's dub is horrendous. It's so bad. If you're gonna watch this, which is one of my favorite shows, watch it in sub. I'm more likely to test the null hypotheses of this person. I'm going to watch the dub first, then watch the sub, right, or the original language, right? But that also introduces a personal bias. I have to disclose that, oh hey, I was very skeptical because you were very hyperbolic about the dub being terrible. So I watched the dub first. Right? And then that other person's like, why would you do that? It will make the sub terrible now because you have a bad first impression. And I'm like, yeah, that is one way to look at it. However, I'm more interested in why you think the dub is terrible and why you think the sub is very good. So I have to challenge it in order to know get closer to what you're thinking, right? You could take the opposite and say, oh, I should watch the sub first because this person only watched the sub, maybe dabbled in the dub, depending on the context. Usually, when a comment made due to personal taste is largely due to projection. Basically, they watched a little bit of it for the things they don't want because it's an emotional barrier. And then the thing that they do want, they've experienced it in its entirety. So the likelihood of that person watching through the same thing against their personal taste and with their personal taste, the likelihood is that person's advice is based on their personal taste, not the opposite. That takes a lot of time, right? So understanding your own personal taste saves a lot of time. It's an incredibly pragmatic way of looking at things. And yet, when it comes to the cover song analogy, there are substantial generational gaps that illustrates foreknowledge, right? Because order matters. So when someone says they like the original could be the cover song. You wouldn't know. Not in the world of internet technology and convenience. The components that make something original is exposure. So even, and you might be saying, well, what happens when someone finds out that their original is actually indeed a cover song? Well, there's this bias where like, oh, now that I know it's a cover song, it hits differently now. So that is my challenge to the whole personal taste for favorite originals, because I'm not an originator for my ideas. So for example, the stuff that I just shared now about Vlogbrothers, John Green, and Hank Green, I'm not the originator. I don't own these ideas, for example. So to think about talking to someone who has a preference for originals, which we can negotiate, obviously, Gecko, you and I have discussed quite a lot. One thing that does factor in is the idea that how does this affect when I share something? So it would affect the way I share information, knowing more and more about a person's personal taste, which is very useful, right? I would be more inclined than now to expose you to, based on my personal bias, things that might not be original to see what happens, right? Like, for example, would you read Do Androids Dream of Electronic Sheep or watch Ghost in the Shell? You might be thinking, oh, well, that's not like the literal original because it's not like a remake or a cover of it. It's like, okay, then that's still fine, right? However, some people, it can bleed into other things. Like, oh, hey, I love this dish. This dish is fantastic. It's like, well, that's fake because this is the original dish. I'm like, well, do you enjoy this dish or not? Like, it's not my dish. But I'm the originator of suggesting that idea to you. So is it cheapened by the fact that there is an originator for it? And for me, not for older people, not like for older people, younger people, you are sidelined habitually based on whoever they associate with first, as opposed to the creative chronology of things. So, for example, this generation, what are the best Star Wars movies? We'll bring back like what you mentioned before about Star Wars. Which ones are the best Star Wars films? The most recent ones. Generationally. Like the statistically, it's the most recent ones. I, on the other hand, actually prefer the originals, but I watched them after I watched the prequels. I watched the like 1, 2, and 3, and then watched 4, 5, and 6. Then I watched, like, because the order was that I started watching Star Wars when the prequels came out, and then by happenstance I know that there are 4, 5, and 6, so I watched them, and then after that the sequels came out. So even in that preference, there's originality involved, right? Yes, it's all Star Wars. However, because of personal preference, I can't tell if it's a preference for originality or is it a preference for other things. And I entered this conversation a lot about movies and songs because I enjoy listening to other people's iteration of songs and stuff for what they are, not for because their relationship with the originators. That's part of the equation for sure. I would usually not recommend one way or another on that topic, mostly because I don't watch it both ways in parallel, so I can't really compare them. People tend to have their own default anyways. Cliche terminating discussion, but yes, I would say people tend to have their own default anyways. Like there's no way I can disagree with that. Like I don't disagree with that. I don't know where to go from there. Like that's like saying all people make mistakes. So that's something, that's another topic that is very common with like internet commentary, where when you end on a all catch-all statement, I have no disagreements with that. People tend to have their own default anyways. Yes. What type of defaults? I was talking about what the different types of defaults, right? I mean, nothing compels me to push them away from this default. That's fine. I mean, nothing, huh? That's a pretty strong statement. I'm not entirely sure if I gave you the impression that this was something about compelling people from pushing them off their own defaults. This is more of an exercise in self-awareness, not necessarily what's good or bad, which still continues to sound like it's good or bad situation. Like, if nothing compels you to push them off away from their default, that's perfectly fine. But many people on the internet do try that. True. many people on the internet do try that, and I'm not necessarily compelled to do that either. However, I think it's really, I'm curious when individuals that are compelled to do that, right? Like, let's just say someone who wants to do that, does it change when they hear these things? Like, for example, my spiel right now, does it change anything if the environment was a mix, right? Right? The internet is normalizing compelling content, like very, very substantially persuasive, compelling content. And many people, largely, I would probably also qualify that people who spend most of their time on the internet, does it change at all that behavior if they were exposed or like myriadly exposed or become so aware of that one doesn't have to compel or one doesn't need to be consistently compelled to do things? They may do things out of sheer curiosity, and that curiosity isn't behind the intent of compelling someone, right? Like, do I have to convince you that something is interesting by directing something towards you or merely exposing you to it? And then the funny thing here, or something humorous here, is the internet uses mere exposure as a form of persuasive argument. So if you stack a persuasive piece and then reiterate it as a exposure, it like has an additive effect, almost a synergistic effect. In a matter of one day, misinformation got amplified like so fast that anyone outside the system barely had time to react to it. Like, you can't, like, it's so difficult to place moderations and whatnot when how fast amplification happens is so, like, it's crazy. Like, oh, the world's going to end because your favorite app went down. Less than, like, you go to bed and you get up and you already have people who have escalated and amplified this default, I guess, this like call to action to amplify the default. And that's crazy, at least in my opinion. Again, like, if you like originals, right, and you have a preference for originals, that's something I have to consider, right? That's something that's informative to me. Do I like originals, like as a personal share, because you were very kind, Gecko, to sharing your personal takes. Do I prefer originals and covers? Historically, due to recency, I largely end up preferring the same thing that the internet is so efficient at doing, which is for every original, I hear many covers, right? And because of the many covers and different iterations on the covers, I enjoy the aspect of building and creating from those covers. So I respect that there's an original and that there's a legacy, but they're one in the same. As in, the originals and the covers are treated as a continuum of the same IP. Not that the cover and the original are two different things. Like in a mindset thing, in a preference thing. Without the original, I can't enjoy the cover. If without the cover, I can't discover the original. So ultimately, yeah, that's kind of a cop-out situation, because you're not giving me an ultimatum. Like, if you had to choose one, and I'm like, yeah, that's true. If I had to choose one, it would be based on recency. The most recent thing that I have the most fond memory with is going to be the thing I favor, which is what the internet does well, right? So I'm more likely to favor the cover because there are so many of them. Because the cover group is bigger than the original group in terms of exposure. So I myself have a preference that was a result of mere exposure. So I like WaniKani because more people talk about WaniKani. Right? I'm interested in that because in order to connect with more people, I connect and evaluate the thing that occurs more often. Hence the whole relationship with the internet and confirmation bias. I chose Duolingo because more people talk about Duolingo, whether it's positive or negative. Like lots of people complain about Duolingo, that's exposure. I get a lot of exposure to Duolingo. Duolingo is not the originator of language learning apps. Rosetta existed well beforehand when I was in college. So, do I favor Duolingo? Favor is a positive word. I am more exposed to Duolingo, so I am interested in Duolingo's both positive and negative stuff. When I evaluate Duolingo, it's not guaranteed to be positive or negative, largely because it's not my original. It wouldn't be the original experience or the first experience. Oftentimes, your first experience, or aka the original experience, often has a benefit, right? It has a benefit of first impression and creating all your standards, or knowing that you restrict yourself to always viewing the original before the iteration, then that can also favor the order matters thing. Duolingo is certainly my first. It's not going to be my last language learning app. And yet I am guilty of using the internet for my purpose. So if someone wants me to investigate something that no one uses, like quote unquote, no one uses, or someone's like, oh yeah, this is so underrated, that requires a level of trust that involves, does this reasoning still apply to your sub and dub debate? Yes. Yes, originally Sparks many dubs, but I would assume you don't watch the same content in many different languages and no real recency bias. I still watch both of them in like, for example, right now I'm watching Vinland Saga in Japanese and English. Season 1. Attack on Titans I watched in both English and Japanese. Whichever one is recent and end up leaving the most tenuous, slight edge to bias. So Attack on Titans, the last thing I watched was in English as opposed to Japanese. So it's probably more recent. And sometimes they're in serial as opposed to parallel. So I don't watch episode 1 in English, then I watch episode 1 in Japanese. I watch all of it in English and then all of it in Japanese. So it's unfortunately going to have recency bias. The last thing I can think of is what does the voice of Eren Yeager sound like? I can only think of the English one right now because it was the last thing I watched. And that is tough, right? So I'm subjected to all these biases. It still applies to everything I've said. I have biases that I'm aware of. Do they affect my overall quality of life and understanding? That's something that I tend to concern myself about, as opposed to whether it's the best way or where my biases are, right? When a challenge happens, then I change my behavior, or I try to challenge the behavioral change. So when someone challenges me and say, well, it would be interesting to know, I would be wary of someone who claims to have no biases. I would too. I would really be wary. In fact, I would ask them first, are they AI generated? And then even then, I would ask the AI generated prompt, are you biased because you're based your data sets on human data sets? If you know what I mean. And hear me out. I still watch some of those people with the understanding that when they say they're trying to be purely objective, they're trying, right? There's a difference between an influencer who I watch seldomly that says, I am being completely objective right now. This is completely objectively and literally true. The moment I hear those phrases is the moment I'm like, I'm going to watch you every so often. Largely because I need to desensitize myself to people who are always being agreeable in the sense of being self-aware, right? So most of the time, the creators and content creators that I watch are people who say, hear me out, I'm trying to be as objective as I can here. And then I'll go into my subjective take on this, right? There's a separation, there's an acknowledgement. My comments are filled with prefaces. I say, hear me out. Think from my perspective. Every time I use the word perspective, it is synonymous with bias because it's a perspective, right? All the things I've said is not a critique of not being biased or have a goal of being not biased. I actually think humanity is incredibly rich and distinguishable from artificial intelligence, like true in the future, maybe true generative artificial intelligence in the future. I think retaining this bias and understanding and exploring people's personal preference and engaging in discussion is what will distinguish and preserve humanity's distinction from an entirely, I don't know, objectively clear-cut thing. That's kind of why I love reading people's comments that are not ChatGPT prompts. I kid you not. Oops. Dang it. Sorry. I was trying to ban this bot and I accidentally clicked on the one link. I hope that didn't do anything. I really dislike these bots. I hope that didn't ruin anything. Yeah. So there's these like Twitch bots that constantly spam links, and then I guess their goal is when they work, they can cause the streamer to click on the link by accident, and I just did that. So that stuff is a different topic for the time being, but hopefully nothing happens. I really hope nothing happens, but we'll see. I'll keep an eye on it. Anyways, yeah, biases aboard, right? Like I actually think it's the most. Oh yes, there's merit in aiming or objectively while acknowledging bias. Pretty scient. I can't believe the American care system is so bad. Fictitious. Listen. We already did that. Sorry, that's that was one of our thought experiments. It was a proof of concept in the Discord. Oh yes, there's merit in aiming for objectivity while acknowledging biases. Pretty scientific approach. Anyway, I should definitely get this up. Yeah, it's a great talk, Gecko. It's a great talk. You know what? Hear me out before you go to bed. Because you shared with me this thing, and then because now you know that I am biased towards a specific thing, the most intellectual responsible thing to do for fun is to challenge each other's notions and conceptions. Very scientific approach. I know. So now that I've shared a lot of opinions about my own biases, and then you shared some of yours, we can intellectually challenge each other to, subvert our own perceptions. And that, to me, is a way to engage in humanity's richness that isn't so scientific. What I mean is like unadulteratedly objective, because I think investigating and solving problems objectively has its merits, but enjoying and learning about each other as human beings requires subjectivity, right? Requires compassion. So if you try to make relationships between strangers and intellectuals as objective as possible, that's legitimately trying to aim at removing the humanity from two people. Like, you have opinions. That's awesome. I like to know your opinions. It's not as awesome and fun when all of us agree on objective facts and build our entire relationship on agreeing on what is objectively true. That's not interesting. There's no discussion in it. Like, if it's truly objective, it's not interesting. Sure thing. For starters, I'll try to watch Vlogbars tomorrow and let you know. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, Gecko. Good luck. Sleep well. Sorry for holding you up. and I'll finish the rest of my stuff. Thank you again, Gecko. It's always been a pleasure. Always been a pleasure. Now I just hope I didn't get doxxed by clicking on that viewer bots link. The destination. Okay, let me double check this. The destination is that. Okay. Let me double check, because I accidentally clicked on this link. Okay. Minimum, but okay. Maybe not. I think we're fine. That was the first time I accidentally misclicked. It was bound to happen eventually by misclicking the name or the link. So I wanted to make sure I didn't just dox myself. Or let me check my download queues for a sec. Okay, no. Okay, I don't see any executables or any unintentional access or execution of things. Okay, anyways. Please, Twitch. I mean, that would be a 2025 Christmas miracle. Year 2025, the end, and using AI resources or even generative AI resources to target that type of bot spam. Every single day, man. Every single day, there's one. Okie dokie. I can't believe the American healthcare system. Sorry, I'm quoting. I'm not saying that. Disclaimer. We were fictitious. Is that was an interesting thought experiment. It's a scary thought experiment, fictitious. It took me like less than 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Fictitious. And nowadays, like, I don't even know. It's so. Okay. Some part of me want to take up this challenge in educating, like going back to teaching or something, going to like a high school or university, like applying to do a teaching job and see how that, and like how different it is when it comes to writing. But man, I did, by the way, fictitious, that was the first time I've ever used ChatGPT. I don't know if I disclosed this, but it was on a whim. Like, I actually never visited, like, until yesterday to do that prompt. Like, about, like, how to, what the prompt. I haven't used LLMs yet, like, at all. Like, So I was like, oh, that would be a great experiment for the try. So I typed in ChatGPT on Google. I clicked on it. I clicked in the little box in the middle, and I'm like, what kind of prompt would be a topic that a foreigner would want to, that a person upset with their country would want to impersonate a foreigner in order to show outside mere exposure of something disagreeable, in order to use collaterally someone else's image in order to bolster the credibility of their protests, right? And my thought was, okay, the American health system, I guess. And then immediately after that, it's like, oh wait, but I can do this prompt and I can do this prompt. And then you suggested a prompt, and it took less than 10 minutes to generate that from scratch. I had no idea how to use ChatGPT. Like, I legitimately thought, oh, hey, here's a box. I didn't read any instructions. I'm like, okay, let's just put something in and see what happens. That is the amount of resistance to do something like that. It's non-existent. It's like, it's so convenient. It's so absurdly convenient. I'm gonna quote some people, my monkey brain, right? The monkey brain side of me would suggest that I can empathize with other monkey brain side of theirs to say, why don't everyone use this? Right? Because the first thing you think about is, dang, you can do a lot of things in a matter of a few minutes. And my thought was, oh boy, it's going to be very different in the future. Like for me personally, not for like other people. I'm sure it's already like this. Like some person's like, dude, you haven't ever used ChatGPT? It like changed my life. Like, why do you waste time writing like prompts and writing your paragraphs and sentences? And my first thought is, well, my friends are human beings, and I like to express my humanity through my writing to human beings, right? If you use a middleman, I hope, right? I hope the other people, your friends and stuff, use the same middleman and then learn a different type of language and a different type of interaction in order to communicate your feelings. Like, for example, when someone wants to write an email to your friends and you want to write an apology email, you use ChatGPT. And then you're assuming the other person at the other end knows how to interpret ChatGPT's version of that person's apology, right? So hear me out here. This would be an interesting thought experiment. Oh man, this would be a great thought experiment. So language could evolve even further and even more nuanced. So say person A wants to make an apology, and then they use a filter. ChatGPT is the filter, right? And then it goes through a personal filter, right? And then to person B. Now, if both person A and B are familiar with ChatGPT, they could form the personal filters in order to interpret what ChatGPT is saying to each other, right? That would be like that would end up being a meta language. And what would be really cool to do this meta language is when someone generates ChatGPT, this would involve full disclosure though. If they generate a ChatGPT thing, it would show something like the prompt words. That could aid in understanding this meta language. Alternatively, people will end up using ChatGPT so much that they develop a friendlek, right? A dialect in between. That would be really, really interesting in the future. Not that I'm I'm apprehensive about this, right? So then everyone will be requiring to learn a filter through ChatGPT in order to communicate to another person, right? What does, I mean, this isn't new, by the way. That's kind of the idea of a universal translator. And what I mean by that is we have to suspend the disbelief that there's such thing as a universal translator, but generally speaking, things are lost in translation. Right. However, this is like, well, yeah, duh. Because in my opinion, everything is lost in translation. What I mean by that is lost in translation deals with like speech, right? Speech and writing. But people are not telepathic. So even when you have the most exceptional translators and the exceptional reading and writing, feelings are lost in translation, right? So reliance on universal translators and all that stuff removes, like, can potentially remove human interaction in different ways. One would be the interaction of a foreigner with a native speaker. That natural human interaction is lost when you're using a tool, right, to do that. So you don't circumnavigate that anymore. And you might not ever need it. Some people would argue if you have a universal translator, then you don't have to participate in that. Okay, so less humanity interaction. Great. Like, there you go. Or like you don't need SRS. You don't need SRS, so therefore that's less things you can interact with other people. You can talk, you don't have to talk SRS with anyone else. These are human things, right? Human characteristics. So it's going to be curious in the future. I know you, Fictitious, I don't know if you're still listening. I know you brought up ChatGPT and the concern, like, is this real or not? Actually, my colleagues, my best friends, they do like hobby posts and all that stuff, and they're engaging in the same dialogue. Like, there's all this generative AI thing, and it's so tough now. It's like tougher and tougher. It's progressively becoming tougher and tougher to know if using AI is a normalized behavior to communicate, or is it mitigating and minimizing the incentive to communicate anymore, right? Like, someone maybe like a month ago or something showed me what they did, and my first inclination was, that back cynicism in the back of my head is like, why does this sound like this person didn't write this? Like, the way this person talks to me, right? And the work that they have done sound like two different people. Not like, I didn't even need to analyze the ChatGPT. Like, I didn't need to analyze the writing itself for like nuances, because there's already a strong inconsistency between the person that I speak to and the person that it's writing to. And as a concession, I sound very, very different when typing and speaking. However, logic and development of ideas still carry regardless of the diction changes, right? This person went from someone who makes comments like, games always suck, to a well-developed essay on how games have a balance of pros and con analyses when they're typing to me. I'm like, are you trying to like sound like me? Because you don't sound like you now. So you start thinking, racking around your brain, did they go on ChatGPT and say, may sound like a scientist, type in like, make an opinion about video games, and then use the prompt and say, make it sound more like a scientist, or make it sound more like a biologist or a molecular biologist. Make it sound like a American Chinese person talking, explaining video games. And my first thought is, whoa, you don't sound like yourself. Like if we're gonna be like, if I need to get to know you, I don't want to read something that you think I want to hear. I want to hear your opinions, your biases, your stuff, your idiosyncrasies, and it includes language learning. I want to hear your errors, your accents, your, like, in fact, it's kind of, maybe I'm a little biased, anti-bias, like being argumentative here. Yes, fluency is great and there's perfection and stuff, but perfection almost seems to me now undesirable because it makes it less and less apparent if it's a human being at the other end. It's a very tiny point. What I mean by that is people who strive for perfection, what do they think that looks like? If it's ChatGPT, then I'm going to have to adjust to that. I think it's been increasingly obvious when someone types like using AI versus someone who types because they like interacting with people. The moment someone gives me something or use something like an AI, an LLM to communicate with me is the moment I feel like that person doesn't like interacting with people. Now, hear me out. It's twofold. This person could have anxiety, social anxiety, and my first comment would be like, hey, are you using a ChatGPT algorithm to type this? I want to let you know it's okay to have social anxiety. I understand. Please use your words. The one solution to social anxiety is to practice and be exposed to that anxiety, but in a comforting, safe space. So if I told you it doesn't matter how, quote unquote, you think your English is, I'm going to try my best to understand you. And through that interaction, language learning occurs, right? It's not an AI compensating for your language learning. It's you wanting to feel good about language learning while interacting with someone. So here I am talking about this because it's a very real thing now. Language learning via AI, right? But it's the interaction of you with the AI. And lots of comments are going to go up. It's like, well, Maku, you just said natural interactions with people are great because it conditions you to interact with people. And yeah, and I also acknowledge social anxiety as an issue and the availability of people. So both, right? I'm going to do that soon. I'm going to use Chinese to interact with ChatGPT as a way to challenge myself and keep in mind on the awareness that I am not interacting with a human being with its spurious patterns, but an average of human propensities, because LLMs are trained on an average situation, like the entire data set. So this is an averaging effect of the language. So then you would expect when you interact with someone else, logically speaking, a little bit more messier, a little larger range of propensity. And honestly, that's kind of how I rely on detecting, personally for my own interest, detect and deduce that I'm talking or reading a product that's by AI when it comes to language, not other things, because my eyes for artwork is not that great. So maybe not. Audio, right? Audio, a lot of people have intuitions for that. It's like, oh, this sounds like AI, but hey, it's getting scarily really excellent. So how are you going to tell beyond that? You got to focus on the human qualities of things. It's kind of weird, I know, to say that. When it comes to language learning, I feel like the way people view improvement has become less and less human over time. Like, it's less and less expecting human things It's more about being machines. So, yes, I will not have a perfect accent. What is even that? One day, it might be like, well, it's what ChatGPT sounds like when it speaks Japanese, because it's the statistical average of all Japanese speakers that are on the internet. And that's a bigger data set than any individual Japanese person you speak. This sounds outlandish right now. Like absolutely outlandish. Big but. If you asked me 10 years ago, what was another outlandish idea? That there is a best way to learn language. And that didn't even require AI. Any form of AI or training. People now have convinced themselves that it is a statistical way to analyze something that is very principal to human interaction as something that can be measurably, objectively determined. And maybe that's a hot take. Some people come out and say, yo, well, there is a best way to do human forms of human expression. I'm like, okay. I mean, I'm probably not going to live to the day where there's a fundamental unifying theory on human expression, like music, artwork, doing things that don't make sense, pragmatically speaking, doing things less efficiently, intentionally, and doing things a different way when no one asked for it. So these are irrational things, irrational things that make humanity incredibly beautiful. And it's lately doom scrolling make me less likely to doom scroll. This is the irony, at least this is one of my ironies, is that I'm less likely to doom scroll largely because it's become incredibly formulaic, right? Algorithm reinforces repetition and replication. They do not emphasize novelty because novelty is discomforting. The moment your doom scroll involves something you don't care about, like an ad, it's the end of the world. It's so emotionally distraught and dissonant the moment something disrupts your flow that even, in my opinion, I feel that too. And all I can think about immediately is, how do I find this interesting? Let's gather something so I can step away, because yesterday I watched, like, instead of sleeping, I spent 30 minutes watching different versions of adults from an older generation using slang from a younger generation, and I saw so much of that. And immediately I thought to myself, okay, well, this is my personal preference, and yet I thought it's only compelling because it's so much of the same thing. And my thought was, okay, this is getting old now, so I must step away. Like, don't get hyperstimulated by comfort, right? There's only so much time for that. Anyways, 2 hours in, let's finish this. I was expecting to liberate some time to do some studying. And there's the story for the day. Maybe I think I might have used up all my stories, so HanziHero might get shortchanged. Maybe. Alright. Sorry for clickbaiting. There's a digression in the middle of a WaniKani session all the time. Alright. I'm kind of curious if there's anyone out there. Actually, Gecko is probably the only one at the moment that would deliberately try to find where in the 2 or 3 hour videos where the digression happens. Because there's one. I've been making it a habit to include like one somewhere in these sessions. Not for like necessary for other people to deliberately look for or farm. I'm not making it easily available, obviously. It's for myself, right? This is therapeutic. I like acknowledging my humanity. Life would be very dull and so uneventful if you reject your humanity. And there's a, it's it's an adventure of a lifetime to embrace one's humanity. Adventure of a lifetime. Okay. Oh wait. Okay. Whoops. Oops. Oh no, that's fine. Oh no. That was Prince. That's fine. The moment I hit enter, I was like, whoa! Slow your roll. Feels bad, man. I was thinking of something else. Got distracted by my own thoughts. I promise I'll get better at this, juggling my thoughts and discussions. Maybe even get to a point where I can have the digression while also doing the task. Maybe. Maybe if it's possible. Multitasking is not the most ideal situation. However, I like doing it in general. Hmm. I wouldn't do this when I'm working though. Hey, please, you know, in context, I prefer multitasking when I'm doing things for fun, right? For hobbies and whatnot. However, no, do not like. I would be someone who may discourage myself from acting like this or doing this type of thing when I need to do something, like finish a project, write a thesis, or something like that. It would be maddeningly inefficient, right? When you have to do something. Like right now, my study, my review for Duolingo is getting pushed pretty substantially right now. While I need to keep myself more disciplined. So I'm working on that right now. Whoops. What was this? Oh, hey dearie. Yeah. Hi dearie. That's right. This is so relaxing. Which makes me a little wary of how hard I'm actually working. not that learning has to be tough or challenging. I don't necessarily stray away from things that are tough or challenging. They can both be fun, not difficult, but challenging, right? I feel like when people talk about difficult and ease, they're talking about the emotional barrier in maintaining the activity. Um, the other opponent is the semantic challenge of things. I often think that is not exactly the whole story. I think it's 70% the emotional barrier and 30% the actual task involved for these type of things, for like language learning and stuff. Like memorizing something is challenging because of the emotional baggage of time, efficiency, talking to people, as opposed to the literal understanding of what this character is and all that stuff. It's the emotional baggage of how long this takes. If you get things confused, is it worth your time? At least for my from my understanding from interactions with people. Um, no problems like learning the things at a time, some things at a time, but the emotional impact. Thanks, Nojo. Thank you, thank you. Always appreciate it. I already get rewarded every day. I mean, I get to talk to Gecko because of WaniKani, so uh, it's already enough reward in general. I could do this for days if my voice wasn't already giving out, which it already started giving out. um, Whoops. I'm still a little bit apprehensive of what I'm like, if I'm working hard enough for me to acquire things yet. Obviously, because a lot of this is still review. Most of this is still review. Man, we'll get to it eventually. It'll probably be another month, I would say. There are new things here. I think about 30% of the stuff is new most of the time. Like on average at the moment. Giving some transparency. So I remind myself that, and other people perhaps, to remember that the context is I've used Duolingo, and even if people don't believe that Duolingo teaches you something, the comments I'm making now about WaniKani is because of Duolingo. Like all the stuff, all the familiarity, and how I'm not working hard really at all to remember this stuff is because all of that is from Duolingo. So cue the Duolingo doesn't teach you anything, it doesn't help you like remember anything and all that stuff. Well, unfortunately, maybe the way I interact with it with Duolingo is different, but you know. Hey, welcome back, Jen. How was your stream? What did you do today? Oops. Oops. Oh. Elianki, you're 2K, 6K tech. What does that mean? What does oh, is it like 2K to 6K deck? As in like that's the range? But since you have the usual 1.5 words, so you do 50 words per day. Ah, very nice. Very nice. Any particular memories that that pop out at you? When you were reviewing the words, like any particular words for your 50-word day? 2K is the most common 2K, and then 6K is for N2, I think, but also commonly used. Interesting. 6K is for the N2. Okay. I was having like an hour and a half discussion about with Gecko about preferences, things about language and learning, and one of my particularly regular influencers or authors and published personality professional, I was sharing it with Gecko today. Talk about reading and listening to books. For now, not really new words you encounter is the pitch accent that always gets you. I kinda want to fix your pitch accent. I see. That sounds reasonable. How often do you encounter new words lately? Do you get like one every 50? Maybe one every 100? As you said, you already know the common, so basically you're restarting with a 2K, so it shows me the most common ones, like going back to level 1. So you can do so many cars, so I can do, because I don't need to memorize, only need the pitch accent. Yeah, but yeah, I think you misunderstand me. I'm not talking about literally the words have to be new. Like, did you encounter any new discoveries about the words? So like you mentioned pitch accent. Was there any particular word that had a pitch accent that you noticed that you didn't quite notice before? Like, I know you said that. I know you said you know the common 1.5K words. You kind of linked me those things. Like, was there any particular new discoveries that you made? I'm kind of curious which particular ones when it comes to pitch accent. Like maybe Amit versus Amit. I don't know. That's the only example that comes off my head because I'm thinking about that clip of comparing Amit and Amit. Amit and Amit. Or like Kudai and Kurai. Kurai and Kurai. Right? They're isolated words because I don't practice sentences, so it could be like in the context of a whole sentence is what you're referring to when it comes to pitch accent. Oh no. What is the mnemonic for this? Is it really that? The screaming thing? That just gets you to Aru though. Some pitch accent in the decks are wrong, so you gotta fix it. Oh, okay. So how do you go and fix it? Do you find like a sample somewhere else? And then use it? Like replace it? So some you guess you could just use what you heard when immersing, because for example I just did in okay. Heavy and the E is like going down, but the actual pitch accent is actually staying up. I see. So I guess you'll just use Kevin say. Okay. This is Kratos. Noboru. The mnemonic was Kratos. There is an Anki add-on where you can add pitch accent yourself. As for the sample, you get it from Yomitan. Okay. Sounds about. Got it. That seems very reasonable. Very efficient. Oops. Oops. Do I need to write something? Probably. The heck? Wait. Your pitch action problem is I'm used to some verbs you've used to make the last kana pitch go down because it's more easier to speak for you, but it's actually going up. That's why you need to fix it. Like the one you did just now. Noboru? It stayed up and the ru doesn't fall down. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Interesting. Now I'm trying to think of, can you give me a predicate? Can you give me a predicate where the pitch accent goes down? So I can, like, hear it? Like, Noboru is probably, like, I didn't process that. So can you give me an example of a predicate where you, like, do, like, up then down? I don't actually have examples in my head because they need to be triggered, so I haven't really focused on pitch accent. Yeah, like a example verb. Like you chose Noboru, right? Noboru, is there like is taberu, is it going down? Or like whenever you say a predicate alone, do they go down? Like I need an example of going down. Maybe like nomu. Does nomu go down? Because that sounds like it goes down. Nomu. Oh, taberu. It does go down. Okay. I see. Those are like nomu. That's those are the first two that come to mind that sound like they go down. Like, does nomu go down, or is it nomu? Nomu sounds awful, by the way. So I'm guessing it's nomu, where the mu goes down. Let's see. Why am I'm drawing a... Hold up. Slide, stakes. Oh yeah, that's right. The blue is throwing me off. Yeah, dude, if you say nomu, that is weird as heck. Maybe in a very, very questionable way at the end of a sentence because you're so confused. Like, sushi o nomu? Or something like really weird. But yeah, I basically took the two basic like the two first predicates that I learned and tried to do an up, and it sounded weird. Yeah, drink sushi. You see what I mean? Like it would have to be like really, really weird. Like it's so obvious that it's so uncomfortable. So drink sushi would be my example. Like, do you drink sushi? Like, not even like if you say like, do you eat sushi? Right? And you make it a question mark. It's like, but if you go too high, it's gonna sound weird. So then you add like question words. You know, you add a question at the end, like, you know, desu ka? Right, or like a ka to make it less weird. But yeah, but no, the mu goes down, but it goes down and then it goes back up to indicate a question. Yeah, but it would need a context for a question, in my opinion. It would have to raise a question. I think deliberately making it all question is, in my opinion, like English, where you constantly talk with an uptone. Personally, I like to be clear when I'm asking a question, but maybe that's not how Japanese goes about it. But I personally would prefer that. So you would not catch me doing that too often because it sounds weird to me. But hey, we might be. Maybe I'll bump into an influencer who likes turning all their predicates into questions. Instead of using ka or something. Maybe. Do I mean yomu? What do you mean by yomu? Do I mean read? Does yomu go up? Oh, wait. That's still nomu. Wait, what are you... I'm so confused. That's not yomu, but nomu... Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm really confused by what you're asking there. Did I get it wrong? Like, what are you talking about? Like, why did you type nomu again? Is there another nomu? Is that... What else could I be referring to? To smoke? To take... No, that's just... Oh, well, I guess you could say to take medicine. It's a different kanji. No, I don't think it would get mixed up with anything else. I mean, you don't prefer saying it like this? Oh, in uptone. an uptone ending on a predicate. So when you said, yeah, nomu goes down, going up sounds weird, but you said, but no, the nomu, it can go up because you're indicating a question. And like, I don't typically do that, right? And personally, I prefer that someone identifies the question with context. And it usually doesn't end with using your predicate going uptone to change the pitch accent in order to indicate a question. The example that I made was uncomfortable to me, right? Like, sushi o taberu? That's not something I would use very, very commonly. So for me, the pitch accent usually goes down because I don't end by shifting uptone to taberu, right? Sushi o taberu, right? Like, I don't do that very often. So it could be weird it might not be weird in the future when I hear a lot of people do that, but I would place something at the end. Like, sushi o taberu, taberu desu ka? I mean, you don't prefer saying it like this? Yeah. Oh, wait, sorry. It's not that how you say it's not. It is not that how you say is colloquial. It's not that how you say. You're gonna have to retype that. I don't really know what you're saying. You're probably either indicating, so instead of reading that English sentence, you're probably indicating colloquially as in native Japanese speakers, and I'm not saying it's a reflection of native Japanese speakers. So you're thinking in the context of what, deriving the context incorrectly. I said, I don't do that. Regardless of what other people do, I do not do that, largely because of English. So it has very little to do with whether it is done colloquially or not. Is not that how you say it is not that how you say it colloquially. Like, eat sushi. I know. Churn. I know. But you don't speak formally like that a lot of times. Like, for example, do you say eat sushi in English? No. But you can possibly find examples when that happens. It was an example. Like, too restrictive. Like the way you said, is not that how you say colloquially. I understand what it says, but that's not how you say that as well. You say that is typically not said colloquially. Like, is not that how you say colloquially is not colloquial, but I can still understand it. So I don't know how people colloquially say things, so then I have no point of reference whether it's weird or not. I'm saying it's weird to provide an uptone when something is not pitched that way in standalone, right? So I know that Noboru is Noboru because not in the sense of colloquialism. It's what I hear most often, right? So being overly concerned about colloquialism is something that I find focusing on pitch accent creates a problem in communication, right? It's also one of the examples why English is constantly okay to do that and other languages are not. Also, like Chinese as well. Like, for example, in HanziHero, which will happen today, I'm pretty sure it will happen today, where in HanziHero sentences, almost all their sentences are pitched up at the end of the sentence However, in English, I typically pitch down whenever I complete a statement. So, and then when I don't complete a statement, right, and it's a question, I pitch up. That's perfectly fine. Technically, you don't have to pitch up in certain situations in Chinese, but you can pitch up willy-nilly if you want it, because the pitching up for question is kind of maybe a coincidence that Japanese, Chinese, and English has pitch ups when it comes to an uptone when it comes to questions. So you could just say sushi, like sushi, and then it's like, oh, hey, that's a question. I don't know if that's normal or not. But when you pitch anything up, like in terms of like interaction, that's probably a consequence of my English or something else. It's not a consequence of listening to native speech or whatever colloquial you have defined. It is relevant to you though, because you're trying to fix your pitch accent, right? So, I'll probably hear far more about that in the future from you, likely because I don't have a focus on pitch accent yet. Maybe if there's an app that does that, that would be interesting. I might go and test that. Generally speaking, like you said earlier, and what I said earlier, immersion would be the convenient, right? You're actively fixing your pitch accent. I am not actively fixing my pitch accent. Immersion will create the mere exposure of what my pitch accent is. So whatever I'm saying now is a reflection of my immersion. And what I mean by immersion is I include these things as immersion, by the way. I know that some people say, well, this is an immersion. You're learning through SRS. It doesn't have complete sentences and it's not a natural speak, but I'm immersing in something. I hear sounds, well, not WaniKani. WaniKani is not an example because it doesn't actually say anything. But if I hear Duolingo all the time, that's what I'm mirroring right now. And then when I hear more things outside, then I'll mirror them. So for myself, it's probably not that important. I guess sorry, not sorry. It's kind of the same as someone says I speak American English poorly, right? If it does lead to misunderstanding, then we'll probably solve that misunderstanding or try to solve that misunderstanding, and then I'll change my pitch accent, probably. What motivates you to change your pitch accent? What motivates you right now to focus on your pitch accent? And can you tell me how you determine that a pitch accent is wrong through Anki? Like, so I'm imagining this, right? You're doing your Anki lessons, and then somehow something sounds weird. How do you know it's wrong? Or that it needs to be fixed? Take me through like the thought process on that. Because the pitch accent is actually bulk created by an add-on, you think, so it will sometimes get it wrong and sometimes it is obvious because it doesn't match the audio recording. I'm still having trouble understanding how you know it's wrong. Is there like some sort of pitch curve or something that you're lining up? I don't think that has. I think the idea that it's actually bulk created, I'm not sure. That doesn't explain how you know it's wrong. But, like, is there something that indicates where the pitch accent is supposed to be on your Anki or something? This also means that obviously I didn't watch the stream or whatever you were doing today. So, gotta keep that in mind too. Oh, this was a typo. Whoops. I did earlier today as well. Oh, does that disappear when we correct it? Oh, it does. It disappears immediately when you correct it. Oh yeah, tomorrow is a peak day, so we're not doing the review tomorrow. Wow. Yeah, tomorrow is super peak day. It's the half peak day. Okay. All right. So let's this was a typo. I typed oil instead of old. Sudo asked for the meaning and I typed sudo. So that's a typo, or that's a cannot process, did not read instructions. This one I wrote the wrong word because I rushed, so I wrote princess instead of prince. And this one is a bit questionable in terms of how flexible it is, but they specifically mean good morning, obviously. So let's cover those now. Like, you're saying something doesn't match the audio recording. What is that something is probably what I'm asking. So I'm guessing there's some sort of representation of pitch accent that you're matching to the audio recording. And that's pretty neat. I have been told that a lot of the cards also include like pitch accent graphs or something, like pitch accent notations or something like that. So I'm guessing there's like I don't know, some sort of representation like this, and then the auto recording doesn't match it. Okay, you're gonna send me a screenshot. This answer my confused question for a long time. What was the first word? I'm not going to click on this, so I guess I'll click on it later. If you're unable to explain this to me using words, then that tells me a lot about how you're learning Anki. So, little Anki. Some decks have pitch accent, some don't. Okay, that still doesn't necessarily answer how you're doing it. But I'm guessing when they have the pitch accent thing, you're comparing it to the audio recording. Is that Instagram supposed to explain to me pitch accent notation? Because I guess that's one way to, but we'll see. I will click on it later. And I was really more looking for an explanation using words. Okay, so yeah, so is that what you were comparing, right? Is that what you were comparing? Yeah, so I see it. I see it. Is that what you were comparing to the recording? And is it only for, it looks like it's only for the vocabulary word in isolation. Or in that sentence, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm aware of pitch accent notation. So, I'm guessing the first video was to explain pitch accent notation or something, representation of it. And if that's what you're seeing, then yeah, that makes sense. And it's only that word, interestingly enough. Yeah, I understand. The pitch accent doesn't match up with the audio of the... So, yeah. There's a pitch accent curve. Okay. Sounds reasonable. Yoka. Yeah, yoka. That does sound right. Okay. Yeah. Achikasu kara... Oh, no, that's not... That's not... It's 8 days. Yeah. Yoka. Yoka kara... Oh. イギリスに行きます。8日からイギリスに行きます。行きます。Huh. It's interesting that they don't include the pitch accent of all the rest of the sentence as well. I guess you just process that. I'm okay. It's fine. That's sufficient. Sufficient. Okay, so let's do our mnemonics. Okay. Sometime the pitch accent because of the kana came before or after it. So yeah, I'll just use common sense. Say what comes first from your mind. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it does change. I know. Oh, sorry. I used the word. Yeah, I read it out loud. Yeah, yes. Yeah. The kana before and after affects the pitch accent. And it affects the particle that comes after as well. So it's fine though. I think overall the other stuff comes up so frequently, I guess, that you kind of feel it out anyways. Common sense. Okay, all right, let me do this. So hey, spoon, winter, dry, canopy, fingers, windows, hearts, direction, stool, hand, father, old, roof, ask, arrow, door, poop, towel, life, now, hat, triceratops, ice, and stone. Okay. And then we do reeds, not beads, reeds. Okay. Reeds. I think we're gonna do O and K's as we're going. Right? So man, O. Nai, O. Un, O. Setsu, O. Yes. I, O. Shou, O. I, K. You, O. I'm not gonna say O anyway. I'm just gonna write it. That's kind of weird. Might produce a pattern of adding O to the end of everything. She. Die. And guy. Okay. So, alright. What were our errors? Just write them. This is a rad. And then right. What was that? That was a vocab. Prince, not princess. Right. And since this is a vocab, let's add the read. Okay. Two more things. What were the other two things? Okay. Sudo. To do is what I was supposed to write, but I actually write sudo by accident. Because I saw sudo, I wrote sudo. And then, Ohio. And just exclusively good morning, right? That's it. Not too bad. Pretty chill today. Spent, about an hour and a half to 2 hours talking about topical things. Like topical things that were on my mind. Talked a little bit about the thing that you were sharing earlier today, Chern, about the AI generated shorts that kind of fed into it. All right, that's it. That's a wrap. We're gonna move on to HanziHero next. Yeah, not too bad. Tomorrow is a big day. I'm gonna be pushing the review, the Duolingo Japanese review, until after tomorrow because this is probably gonna take a long time. Is that how you say Hanzi? HanziHero? Ingro? Oh, Zhong. Oh, Zhong? Oh, Zhong. Oh, interesting. I've never seen that Zhong before. Xiong, sorry. Shong, sorry. Shong. Interesting. I thought they might go with like hero as in like using here and roll. Just English hero. I'm not actually sure what they call it. But you just directly is that? Oh, is there no roll? Shong is the closest thing to roll. I was gonna say maybe use. Oh, that would be kind of weird. Oh, you direct translate. That's hero in Chinese. Wait. Does this actually literally mean hero? It kind of sounds like hero. Ingshong. Is that a coincidence? That's got to be a coincidence, right? Ingshong. Ingshong. Shong sounds like hero, like in English. That's got to be a coincidence. Neat. Yeah, I don't actually know what they call it. They decide to name it. Do they go with the phonetic approach or the direct translation? All right, folks, we're pushing off the review because tomorrow I expect a lot of lessons. I'm dragging my feet. I am still okay. I gave myself like 2-week buffer, but now it's starting to shrink down. So for now, thanks for chilling. Fair warning, there's like an hour and a half digression in the middle of the review session, largely related to language learning, right? Very important when using tools to learn things. If that interests anyone. I am indirectly plugging someone, right? I really do like Hank Green and John Green, so it's not for everyone. However, I like to share occasionally when other people share things. I like to share things in response. So there you have it. I talk about them a lot, so hopefully it would be quite a humbling experience if one day somehow I we the things that I say cross paths with them. Kind of a moment. All right. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Gozaimasu. Until next time, mata ne. Ja ne. Right. I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit, fill my water bottle, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 15 We're past the 2-week mark. Oh, 欢迎大家回来。今天是15天。Right. What did we do yesterday? We were okay yesterday. We were really diligent yesterday, actually. In both WaniKani and HanziHero. I just had a random thought. If Churn, are you still here? If you are, have you tried doing what that person demonstrated by using the shorts generator for Japanese? Like I'm actually genuinely curious if that's engaging or not. It kind of triggers me actually whenever I see those videos, so I'm probably more distracted by whatever's on the screen. I know Fictitious definitely has a interest, a more similar experience than that I have. Whenever you have a video, like a random unrelated video that's playing, like a short, right, like maybe some Roblox or gameplay image, but then whatever's being said and whatever's being subtitled is unrelated to the thing. But that shorts generator sounds like it would be something that it does that. You know, you have some like Trackmania footage and then suddenly someone's talking about inspirational thing. I would be really interested if that actually works. I myself, it's a little personal bias. I don't know where you do that thing, right? Like I'm not sure if you have to like sign in for Sora. Sora is the major AI like clip generator that I'm familiar with. But that other guy, it looked like it was something called Rain or something. Rain AI. I'm not sure. They have wild names these days. Curious. As a like a social experiment. I get really just like when I'm scrolling through YouTube, if it's like here's one that's very popular. The person, the content creator, has their content on the left, and then they have something that's reposted on the right. So maybe like some satisfaction, like sliding thing, or someone making something very satisfying looking, but then the other person's like content is on the left, and then the subtitle has like this generated you know, the automated voice text to speech saying something that is kind of unrelated to either of those things. And that's kind of like how wildly meta now that is. So when people watch things and listen to things, they're also seeing different things, and they're choosing to like ignore certain things because it's comforting. And I haven't really considered if that's something that you could leverage per se in short format. I actually do this in long format. So whenever I play Neverwinter, which was yesterday, I think about things when I'm doing things on Neverwinter, right? So it's kind of similar. So I don't want to give you the impression that there's no use for it. The idea is using that exclusively will make you dependent on it. So what happens when you like go out into the touch grass wild and suddenly you don't have a feed of like a Roblox thing in the background while you're trying to talk to someone? It can create anxiety, right? There's a lot of anxiety and anxiousness. And oftentimes I wonder how that feeds into people thinking they have ADHD, for example, right? Is that anxiety coming from under practice, or is it worsening or exaggerating attention deficit? That kind of thing is very, very concerning to my mind, because it sucks to me. Like it really visually and empathetically makes me sympathize with seeing people saying, "Oh no, I don't want to go out. Like there's no Roblox there," or "I don't want to go out because there's no Minecraft there." That kind of thing, right? And that is not something that I tend to visualize when I'm thinking about how to interact with information. So like I don't like I could stare at the screen, this static screen right here, and still take in information, right? Like form new information, think of new things while staring at something that is completely static and it doesn't offer any form of stimulation. I could sit in a white room with nothing in the room and still continue to learn something or think about things. And what I can think about when it comes to that short, like how that kid is learning because it becomes more efficient when they have the same like type of stimulation in the background. That's neat. It's a neat trick, right? It's a neat way to get someone to learn. And at the same time, I kind of worry a little bit that it may become the only way they learn, or like the very specific situation or condition that they're comfortable in learning. Like speaking, for example, we learn, all of us language learn, like most of us are interested in language learning from all this interaction, and getting used to one way of learning becomes more efficient. Even if it's not the best, it still becomes efficient, right? More efficient than when you started. It becomes very comforting, so you can rely on it, because then all the newer methods you have to consider is how long does it take to get up to speed, and then how does it compare with your efficiency of your current learning strategy. When I think about the extra things that you benefit from, is the idea that you are also trying new things, right? That is a different goal in mind, but when you have time and spare time, engaging in different ways of learning gives you other skills. It provides other skills. It allows you to learn differently. And that might not be important in the meantime for the efficiency of learning Japanese or Chinese. However, in the future, there are tasks and things that might not be the same as the task in language learning that you have decided to choose to exclusively do. So in the future, when you have to talk to someone outside the context that you're used to, it may not seem as weird and or not as uncomfortable, right? It could still seem weird, like we recently just talked about, like the colloquial weirdness and whatnot. It might seem weird, however, it doesn't off-put you. Like it doesn't put you off so hard that you won't engage in it, right? So, for example, when someone talks to me in English, but they're not used to saying certain things, well, it might be weird, but it doesn't stop me from understanding them, largely because I've been exposed to those situations. Now, when it comes to learning, that happens too. When someone says they can only learn a specific way, grain of salt, careful, right? I'm going to be very careful here. It doesn't necessarily mean you can't learn a way that relates to someone else. So like if you read most of the time and that's all you do, and you're really confident you can learn from reading, that's great. That's one of your skill sets. It's also very practiced, it's comfortable, and you know to rely on it. Now, does that say that listening to things is ineffective, right? Or can't be efficient or can't be useful? It can be very difficult, in my opinion, the last time I checked, if you're a healthy human being who has no mental predispositions. That makes a really weird case for ADHD. However, in the scope of even having ADHD, your capacity is normalized to listening using your other senses, right? You can make an argument that sometimes ADHD favors a specific input, but generally speaking, it's very tough to see someone become so restricted in their options. It's how is that relevant to lifestyles, right? Like the things that I talk about, like lifestyle choices, like making lots of friends, or different types of friends, having a lot of different career choices that you are being able to choose, having different situations and different life situations that will come up and be able to adapt to them. That's often mitigated and addressed in a more consistent way when one isn't restricted in how they can learn something or problem solve. So yeah, it sucks in the beginning to like, oh man, I suck at listening, right? I mean, language learning kind of teaches that all the time. Like I did mention earlier during my WaniKani session, like I'm not concerned about pitch accent right now. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm not paying attention to pitch accent. As in, like when I hear something, I'm still telling myself, oh, that sounds like up and down and whatnot. When I go to focus on it, then it wouldn't be like an uphill battle. Like it's like, oh man, I just don't care about pitch accents. Like if I don't care about it, I don't have to worry about it, right? That's kind of how a lot of those threads start. Like someone would ask, pitch accent's not important, right? And then, you have like a subreddit of people who say like, are you just here to have someone agree with you so then you can convince yourself you don't need to learn pitch accent and that pitch accent isn't important? Or are you genuinely asking because of like convenience or time or something? That kind of thing, right? It's confirmation bias. I'm by all means, when I don't want to give people the impression that because I'm not paying attention to pitch accent right now, it's not that it's not important. I'm not convincing anyone it is not important. Right now, it's not my priority. And I'm still paying attention to pitch accent, but I haven't contributed anything to it. It would be interesting to see if there's a tool out there that specifically addresses pitch accent. Outside of, watching, what's his name? Dogen or something expound upon pitch accent, or like Mad in Japan or something. I would say half-half. You can learn, but sometimes it would be wrong, so you just gotta immerse to get used to seeing how people speak it. Is it really half-half? That sounds like a lot of like that sounds like right and wrong, which I think my whole point or spiel kind of got lost in that comment, right? It's like way more than half and it's way more than right and wrong, but the things that are important to you may make it seem like it's very easy to reduce, right? There are multiple right ways to immerse and multiple right ways to get to proper pitch accent that's multiply acceptable. And then there are many ways to get pitch accent wrong, quote unquote wrong, and also many ways to not immerse and still get pitch accent wrong. So as a example, like when I read your statement, my thought was that would be my statement regarding your statement. I view it that way, and then you view it that way. So there's a right and wrong way for you, and it's a 50-50 split, right? My comment about the learning thing and stuff is there are many ways in which you can interact with something, and some of them might lead to a result that you don't like, and some of them might lead to a result that you do like, and therefore it can be right or wrong. Perhaps. Right? So, largely stemming from the context that you constantly say, like, you're fixing your pitch accents according to something. And hopefully whatever it's according to is sufficient to determine if you feel that's adequate. My comment deals with how you're determining things are right or wrong, right? There are a lot of ways to determine if things are right or wrong, and most of the time I'm asking how you're doing things, or how you tell things are right and wrong, as opposed to the overall summation of being right or wrong, right? Like, if you got a pitch accent wrong, why do you think it's wrong? And how did you get to the point where you decided this was the pitch accent and not that pitch accent? Right? What is the nature that made you pronounce it this way as opposed to the other way? And we talked about that a little bit. You mentioned that it's easier if you do it a certain way, and that's kind of an interesting exploration, right? Something like that. All right, that's good enough for a digression for HanziHero, right? Let's see. Lessons. Let's get into our lessons.
作文
Oh no, it's the examples. The sentence examples are gonna throw me off. Okay. Let's see. Composition. 作文. A writing composition. Or maybe, I wonder if the examples will tell me a little bit more. Okay, so we have 做, right? To do, and your own work of literature, and it's a composition, right? Fair enough. Essay. I was gonna say essay, but write a composition to write an essay. Fair enough. 作文. Okay. 我没数 No idea. 我没数都写 Is that 写 Oh my gosh, that's 写一 what does that look like? I don't know what that looks like. 作文.
我每周都写一篇作文
Oh, 每周. Oh yeah, that's 周. Okay.
我每周都写一篇作文
一篇. Okay, that's 篇. Okay. 一篇作文. Oh, that kind of makes sense. 一篇. Yeah,
我每周都写一篇作文
it's slightly higher. Okay. 这篇作文太long. I keep making this hand motion like that's gonna help.
这篇作文太长了
Oh, Chang. Oh, that's Chang. Oh, of course that's Chang. Wow. Okay, so that makes sense. Oh no. What are you telling me? 我讨厌学中文，对 最小要400个字。Oh, that makes sense. Oh, yeah. Okay. 400 words. You got this, Churn. Come on. You got this. 400 words. Actually, what counts as... I'm actually kind of curious what counts as words. I just realized that counting words is very different, right? So, like, you can only write until 300. Here, can you help me out here? Like, I need some help here. So, does May... So let me count some words, right? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5. Is there 6 words in here? Like, I actually don't know how to count words. I realized that now. Is there 6 words in this? Oh, it only means one character. Oh, interesting. So I was counting meanings. Oh, okay. So it's literally characters. Oh, that is so different. Oh my gosh. It hasn't, up until now, Ern, if you did not make that comment, I wouldn't have ever considered what constitutes as a word when you're writing an essay, because I didn't ever consider that. What I did was I grouped them based on meaning execution, where I would think the particles are. Yesterday I was talking to someone else about Japanese, and they're starting to learn Chinese. English is one word equals one word. Yeah. Well, sort of here. Sort of. I'm applying sort of here. This isn't related to English. This is more like conceptual meaning. It's one meaning per word is what I was using, as opposed to one word per English. Because, like, if one meaning per word in English would be different too. Like, was, doing would be one word, is what I was using here to count the number of words, as opposed to like using English where it's like this is one word, this is one word, so one word to one word. So I was using something different, like thinking above something that's different from English. So I was counting one word, 2, these 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I counted it incorrectly. I think I might have... Oh no, sorry. Here it is. It's here 4, 5, and 6. That's what I was counting. Those are my 6 words. Because what I would... Yeah, I mean, that's great. That I had no idea that's how you counted words. That's crazy. So it's just literally the number of characters. Wow. I had no idea. I'm still kind of baffled. So you're telling me you don't want to write more than 400 characters for an essay? How long do you have to write those essays? I'm getting a relative idea now. So how long do you have to write those essays? Like a day? Like a evening? You have to write like 400 for the essay? Or is this like a project or something? I'm thinking of it like when someone says you should write a 400-word essay in English, right? That's kind of long. 400-word essay is kind of long. Oh, you have to do it on a test? Okay, that's actually kind of a lot for a test. Like I'm trying to imagine myself writing a 400-word response on a test. That's kind of long. Your CN writing test needs to at least be 400 words. I see. Yeah. That's such an interesting interaction. I'm totally I'm guessing then the now I'm asking myself, how do Japanese people count words? You know what I mean? So does the particle count as a word? Oh gosh. Oh, oh no. How do Japanese people count words? Do they count particles as separate words or not? That's so funny. Oh man, this opens up a whole different can of worms on how people count words. Your Japanese friend didn't tell you? Yeah, like what's a 400 word essay in Japanese? Could you just like spam short words and particles? I'm trying to think of like kid things, like younger people, right? I'm thinking back in my old days, like how do you, if you have to write a lot of words, what are the tricks and tips? Like for English, a lot of times you would, back in the kids' days, like, I don't want to write an essay. How do I fluff, how do I increase the word count, by not having to write a lot? And usually one of the tricks for English is to write short words, write very short words, because short words are faster than long words, right? In this case, in Chinese, I'm like, oh, so it's every character. So you could kind of stick to trying deliberately to write simpler characters to make it less effort. I'm thinking in a childish way, like a way to make more efficient. But in Japanese, that's interesting. Then you have to talk about particles and whatnot too. That is second part. First part is 信用文, which we write either 公 something 是 and something 节. Okay, hold up. I need clarity on this. Oh, official letters, notice, and announcements. 通告. Oh yeah, 通告. 通告 and 启示. Oh, that's a notice. Okay. Then 公函, official letters. Interesting. Imagine katakana might only count as one word. Oh. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. One katakana word. Oh no. Yeah, you're right. That's so funny. Imagine if that only counts as one word. Oh no. That's so funny. These are the most important questions you ask kids, It's like, if you had to do a 400 word essay, would you write in katakana? In Chinese, we call that, is that still 九写? 抽, oh yeah, 抽, oh yeah, 抽字 书 树 抽字树 number of words drawn. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Intriguing. We just keep elaborating, make it longer and not shorten it. Yeah. Basically a notice and a formal letter thing, I see. For those words. Interesting. I'll have to ask a Japanese, like I'm genuinely very curious now. When a kid gets assigned a 500 word essay, what does that mean? Oh, you know what? Does that mean the numbers are different as well, Churn? So when you say you have to write 400 word essays, now I'm kind of curious. If I told you need to write a 1,000 word English essay, does it feel the same? Or like, Does it feel as subjectively impactful as saying a 400-word Chinese essay? Because I have a feeling like, no, what I mean is like the impact of the number count as one word, no matter how big the number. Oh, for you, okay. Because when I think of English words and then when I think of Chinese characters now, I think that if you say I need to write by hand like 400 words, right, in English and 400 words in Chinese, since it's based on character drawn, I think of, man, I need a lot of space for the English, but I need less space for the Mandarin. But at the same time, Mandarin has more strokes per character than the English, and now I'm starting to think this is such a Vsauce thing. There's probably a short out there, but there's got to be like a linguist, like a hobbyist linguist person who compared that the physical effort between like different languages. Like, what is the physical tax on like contextual, intellectual efficiency and hand efficiency? Like, for example, in English, to convey what is in a 400 character, the reason why I say 1,000-word English essay is because it probably takes, I don't know, I'm ballparking because I don't understand Chinese enough, written Chinese enough, but I would say it would take at least double the number of words to convey the the detail of 400 Chinese characters. So that's how I would quantify things, right? Not necessarily only taking into account or like thinking about the physical writing of something, right? So the moment I'm thinking is like, if I use 400 characters in Mandarin right now using what I think I would write, like for example, my morning routine, I would say I would have to use like double the number of English words to do it. Hear me out though. That's probably also because in English, I would probably use more words because I know more words, possibly. And then in Chinese, I would use less words because I know less words. You sent a page in Discord? Let me see. Oh, is that how that works? Oh, that is so interesting. Oh, I didn't even imagine a grid paper like that. That's very Chinese. I know you're you're in Malaysia and all that, but man, I didn't even I couldn't even imagine writing on a grid paper actually. Oh, so you write each character in a box. Oh, that's so clever. I mean, that's so efficient. You have a notebook that basically just has it's by rows and columns. Yeah, because it's one character. Yeah, that's so convenient. Wow. I really thought of a blank piece of paper. Honestly, what I was thinking is, how do you... So yeah, so the space is it's one paper equals, yeah, like one specific space equals one character. Yeah. That makes so much sense now that you say number count as one word. No matter how big the number is. Okay. Interesting. Listen, Churn. Why do you have a 16 out of 30? Sorry. Is that a grade? That's probably a grade. I can't read, but I'm guessing that's a grade. Sorry. I know. Thank you for sharing. My mind is kind of blown right now. Like I haven't even considered how school works when it comes to the language side of things. Your essay is trash. Other people see and are better than you. They all use beautiful sentences and you're just simple, plain, not attractive sentences. How are you graded? I'm curious. Are you graded on how beautiful the sentences are, or are you answering a question or something? Like, how is your essay being graded? My English was pretty bad in the when it came to creative writing. Like when I was younger, most of my creative writing stuff gets poor grades. Like it's only compensated by how accurate I was in terms of like grammar and spelling and like the mechanical side of things. But creative writing was terrible. Like every time someone says like, "Oh yeah, your ideas aren't really well developed. Like there's inconsistencies here," I had to make up for that when I was younger. So I had to be like more creative and understand flow and all that stuff. So that stuff really hurt my writing skills for a while. It's graded on content, language, and structure. I see. 内容 语言. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And 结果 Interesting. I'm not familiar with any of these terms. And the part where you're gonna get deducted. Oh, so they're separate. So you can get deducted for typos make sense. Oh, interesting. 别字 错 oh 错别字 oh, that's kind of cute for typo. 错别字 that's so literal. How do you say pronunciation? 标点符号 pronunciation. Wow, that takes too much for me to process right now. And then we have technical errors. Interesting. 笔数错误 Where's the technical part in it? Sorry, I'm trying to understand. Oh, that's punctuation. Oh, punctuation. No, I still can't. I still don't understand where punctuation comes yet. I don't understand those characters enough to see where punctuation is. I think the only one that is really understandable to me is typos. Yeah. 错别字 that's really cute. Wrong other characters. That's funny. All right. Thank you for sharing, Chern. Is it weird that I want to go and like participate in your class? Like I'm my only thought is I kind of want to write an essay now. Like what do you write an essay about? What is your essay about? Like that recent essay. There's a whole lesson about typos in elementary school. Oh, I see. Like, can you tell me like what is it that you write essays about? Maybe I could. I'm very curious because I kind of want to try doing it. Maybe in like a later time. Like, what do you get to write about in terms of your essays? Do you get to write about TikTok? You know, that's kind of a thing, right? In English class, right? In English class for high school, we write about books. largely. We write essays about books and stuff. So things that deal with like reading comprehension. So maybe we read a book, then we write about analyzing the book, right? What's in the book. And then occasionally we might be able to write our own stories or make up our own stories or creative writing. But generally it deals with being exposed to different types of books, like famous authors, right? Authors from different time periods, and then you learn about the language through different literature. There are a lot of genre of essay. The essay you sent was Yi Ren Wen. Oh, an argumentative essay. Oh, how does that work? Oh, that makes sense. Oh, that's kind of funny. Was in the Duolingo section about like agreements, like to agree. Argumentative essay. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, justify your statement. Yeah, where you got to use famous quotes and justify your stuff. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for sharing. Maybe in the future, like in a year's time or two, Churn, you can bring up all your essays again, and we can like maybe I will have to do it. You know, like I'll try to challenge myself to do it myself. That sounds really fun. I really enjoy writing and expressing ideas now. It's very different, obviously. When I was a kid, you know, like when I was younger, I really didn't like doing that. So I didn't like writing and finding different ways of justifying and thinking about different ways to persuasively argue or support or refute things. This is only after I went through college and graduate school that I like doing this stuff, right? So when I was younger, I just wanted the right answer. I'm, you know, I have to be empathetic, right? If I remember my younger self, it's about getting the right answer as fast as possible, so then I don't have to do less work, fastest possible answer, and get all my points, and that's it. And then as I went through college and then graduate school, it became I always do my best. I always do my best and learn as much as possible through every action I've done. So every action I choose to do is maximized for the most things I can learn from. When I was in high school, it was getting the task done as fast, efficient as possible, without expending extra energy. So I didn't maximize the way I can learn when I was younger. And that's not uncommon. I think, in my opinion, that's more the social norm. So I'm getting into the mindset of remembering what it's like when I was younger, where I worried about like how long it takes to do something, like how long the essay is. Because I remember saying like 2,000 word essay. I'm like, oh, how am I going to fill 2,000 word essay? Now, if you ask me to do a 2,000 word essay, I will tell you it's too short. Like if you ask me to explain something in 2,000 words, it's very difficult to explain something in 2,000 words. If you prefer, like if someone paid me to explain something the best I can, I would probably write a book on it, like 500, 600 page book, at least several tens of thousands of words. Nowadays, it might change for you, Churn. I'm not saying it will, but it may change as you grow older, because when people learn a lot, at least in my opinion, they have more and more to say when they get older, right? For now, I totally agree with you. A 2,000 word essay is like, if I think about my 17-year-old self, I'm like, I could do it in 500 words. Why do I have to write it in 2,000 words? And my only thought was, I think I could explain it in 500 words. And the teacher is like, no, you can't. Like, there's no way. You have to try at least to write 2,000 words. Like, that's a minimum. Like, teachers give you minimums. Hear me out. When you get, like, when you go into college and in graduate school, you get maximums as opposed to minimums. So, like, when I'm, like, typing up my publication, right, for my research, they're like, you can't exceed 5,000 words. And I'm like, what the heck? How do I jam like 3 years of research into 5,000 words? It requires at least 20,000 words or something like that. So it like flips. The mindset flips. You get to a point where you have so much to say about something because you're afraid you might be wrong, right? Like, your accountability, you have to make sure the things you type are as clear cut as possible with the most amount of detail, so people don't, like, you know, slap you in the face and say, what about this, right? So, but the problem is when you publish something and you do something, other people's jobs are to keep you from exceeding a limit. So most of the time in my last like 10 years, I encountered the problem of being too long. Most of the things are too long now. Yeah, so it might happen in the future for you. I don't know if it does. It did happen for me. Like, at some point, I realized that when I was younger, I had so little to say because it was not interesting. Things were not interesting. I did not have a lot of experience or knowledge. And nowadays, it's almost a skill. Like, for a person who likes learning, it is a skill that they must work on, in my opinion, is necessary for them to work on this skill so that they don't sound like a long-winded Shakespearean poem every single time, right? And I still have a poor habit about that, obviously, because it takes me like 3 hours to explain one concept, right? So professionally, I would have to be a little bit more concise. But we're streaming here, right? Live action, you know, like live streaming. So no one's telling me that you have to wrap it up. Well, except for people who get angry that I'm still looking at this first screen. The famous people quote is just search from Google. I see. Because you don't remember any? I see. The most common is Stephen Hawking and Thomas Edison. Oh, interesting. American figures. Intriguing. 2,000 words is too much, but you have a lot of content. Our school essay right now is just, you got to think on the spot, so it's not like research. No. I'm not talking about research. Like, we're not talking about having a lot of content. We're talking about having a lot of we're talking about experience. So, like, I don't have to do the research for this. I've already done the research, if you know what I mean. So, like, when you ask me, explain how to form a study plan, I don't have to research this stuff anymore. I've already done it because I'm older now. I have a lot of experience. So that is very different, because when you have a lot of experience, you tend to say too much. You worry about saying too much because you want to make sure all the experience is shown on piece of paper. So you have an emotional connection to saying a lot. And unfortunately, that is counterproductive a lot of times. So you have a lot to say because you have a lot of experience, but you know, keep it shorter. Keep it shorter. So as I grow older and I continue to learn even more things, I have way too many things to say or write about. Right? It's like Japanese. Yes. Well, it's kind of like when you can't help but correct someone because you have a lot to say about it, because now you've got a lot of experience, right? However, the problem, and eventually it'll pile up so much that you're gonna at university levels and stuff, you have to like keep it short. Not now, but and I don't want to guarantee this will happen. However, if you're learning a lot and you're constantly learning, it feels like you have something to say about everything. And one of the things that you end up ironically learning is to not write too much or not say too much, right? For now, though, in high school, makes sense because there are topics you don't care about, obviously, right? You haven't accumulated enough things you care about. I mean, I can't even quote Stephen Hawking or Thomas Edison. Yeah, right now I can't even quote that. However, I can say a lot of things about Thomas Edison and Stephen Hawking and guess at a quote that they might say or agree with, and I would have a 3,000 word essay about it by like rationalizing. So I don't know a Stephen Hawking quote. However, I can collectively say everything I can possibly know about Stephen Hawking, from memes to generational gaps, and then theorize and propose a hypothetical Stephen Hawking quote. And that would take me like 5,000 words to explain that, right? Like explain my logic behind deducing what could be a potential Stephen Hawking quote or a Thomas Edison quote. I would probably like spend 2,000 words talking about Thomas Edison's impact of his inventions that I understand in the context of science, right? And then proceed to get to the point where eventually I end with the punchline. These would be potential quotes. And then that involves zero research. As in, on the spot, if I don't know what a quote is, because you can't use the internet, I can explain why I first don't know a quote from Thomas Edison. So I can spend 3,000 words explaining why I don't know a quote by Thomas Edison, contextualize Thomas Edison with all the knowledge that I do know, theorize and deduce a quote that I would think Thomas Edison would say, and that would be my essay. And my essay would be like 15,000 words because it would take a very long time to explain all those things, right? Because life lessons and all that. You always hate when they translate people's name into Chinese. What is Thomas Edison's name? Give me an example. Wait. I can type it in actually. Yeah. Thomas Edison. Thomas. ID Sheng. wait, hang on. Wait, what did you write? Yeah, ID Sheng. ID Sheng. ID Sheng. ID Sheng. Oh man, jeez. Hawking is Hoang. Oh really? Wait, what is the tone on this? Yeah, Hoang. Hawking, Hoang. that okay, all right. That's enough digression. That's in another year's time. I'm not gonna promise anything, but I think we're going to have a lot of fun with this, and maybe hear me out here. Hot take. Hear me out here. Hot take. If we're still going to talk about this stuff in the future, I think you'll hate it less. I think I am able to make it so that it will be fun to talk about how Chinese people translate names as opposed to not. Because in my opinion, if we're talking about it now and I'm having a lot of fun, I think you might find it fun. I'm not saying it'll be for certain that it will happen, but sometimes having another person to laugh about it and whatnot, I think this stuff is really funny. Maybe. 面白い。面白い and just stop. Interesting. All right. Let's get back. So this is 讲了。
这篇作文太长了。
长了. Oh my gosh. Yes. 长 is for length. I know it can be also 讲 but like, 长. Okay. It's fine. I haven't sorted the 长 and 讲 in my head. Oh, you're going back to an essay? All right. Good luck on your essay. Hey, if you need any inspirations for essays, I'm here. I absolutely love. My favorite part about essay writing is the brainstorming one. And I totally agree. I don't like the writing part, like the little, like you have to like write and fill requirements. Oh, you mean HanziHero essay. Okay. Yes. Back to essay. That's right. The 作文. Yes, 作文. But hear me out though. I absolutely love the brainstorming part. The brainstorming part is like, it's so much fun to brainstorm about things to write about. And then eventually you'll have to write it, which can be a little laborious. It's still to this day, right? Still to this day, I still feel the similar about it. The actual labor of writing is kind of mixed bag. My composition won a prize. What the heck is won a prize? 我的作文得了奖
我的作文得了奖。
奖 Oh, 得了奖 Interesting. Do I recognize what this is? No, I don't. Okay. Anyways. Much later. I mean, those are example sentences. We didn't learn any of those things, but it'll come with time. Oh. Whoops. What was Joel's thing? Joel was Slender Man and Saw, right? Slender Man and Saw. So it's Zeus in the bathroom of the office building telling Slender Man to saw his arm by saying, "Do it." That was the mnemonic, by the way.
作文
I like the word composition.
明明
Ming. All right. The most obvious things are often super bright. Double bright, in fact. Metaphorically speaking, it's quite bright and clear why those things are obvious. That's like, what's more obvious than obvious? Ming, right? Like, 明白, right? 明白, to understand. But if you really, really understand, then you ming it. You're gonna go study Japanese now? Good luck, Chern. Oh, so you continue to study Japanese after in different times of the day. Okay. Yeah. Good luck with your Japanese. Right. We'll talk about other things in the future. Sorry. Yeah. Good luck. Here are some example usage of the words. See if you can spot. 这间 no 这故事这 oh wait 这 That might be 这件事明明是他的错。
这件事明明是他的错。
这件事
这件事明明是他的错。
这件事明明是他的错。明明是他做的事。OK， 做的事。你明明不知道。你明明不知道。You obviously don't know.
你明明不知道。
不知道。OK， 明明。
明明。好看。
好看。OK. If it's good to look at, it's good looking. Yes, indeed. 很好看的杰克。No, it's not 杰克。What the heck is that? Why? Oh, I see. Maybe 外件。
很好看的外套。
外套。Okay, so that's 套。外套 instead of 杰克。Okay. 那oh no, that's a unit. 那节电影I am supposed to know what this is. Oh, way, way, right? 会有很好看。会有很好看。
那部电影没有很好看。
Oh, that's Boo? Wait.
那部电影没有很好看。
Oh, that's May. Oh man, 没有。Of course, that's 没有。Dang it. 没有很好看。那 what?
那部电影没有很好看。
那部电影没有很好看。OK. 好看。
好看。
Okay, you want a hyphen. Okay, fine. You want a heckin' hyphen.
女儿。
女儿。女儿. So, women's version of a son is none other than a daughter. Yeah, that's it. If we reverse the order of this character, then the meaning is sons and daughters. True. Pay attention to the order. Yeah. I mentioned this yesterday about how they're doing the reusing lots of characters in different orders, so it could be a little bit of a early, like from zero confusion in the beginning. 我是他的女儿。Actually, I want to see if this is higher than I think.
我是他的女儿。
Yeah, 女儿. So it's like higher, right? So I'm consistently lower than them.
我是他的女儿。
女儿 as opposed to 女儿。他有三个女儿。
他有3个女儿。
Yeah. I don't know. Jury's out. 他的女儿很聪明。Maybe it's a little higher.
他的女儿很聪明。
聪明 yeah. 很聪明。Okay. So, 女儿。啊！ Oh, Oh, yeah.
女儿。
Sorry. Did they write daughter? Okay.
10分。
十分. Interesting. Totally. Wait, how does that work? Like, what type of totally? In order to totally support something. Oh, that totally. Okay. You must give it every part of your support. All 10 parts of support. Only do you totally support it. Interesting. Alright. Like 10 out of 10, you know? 10 out of 10. All your parts. 10 out of 10 parts. Totally. Well, this is probably one of the rare situations where one of the characters is a number, which could be misunderstood, because 十分 could be 10 minutes. Oh no, wait, it can't be 10 minutes. What am I talking about? I'm thinking of Japanese. It's a different jung. Oh no, I'm thinking of jung. Wait. Interesting. This is one of those moments where there are phrases where they use numbers as part of the phrase, like the word, and I had fear that I might confuse them in the future. We'll have to be a little do our due diligence here. Is that mang? No, that can't be mang. What is that? 我十分 something yi. I was gonna say mang yi, but that can't be man, right?
我十分满意。
Man yi, that's man yi. Oh, okay. All right. Funny. That's one of the most, like, one of the last Duolingo vocabularies. It looks like man yi. So, and then they translate as satisfied. So, man yi.
我十分满意。
满意。我十分满意。这道菜十分美洁 No 妹妹
这道菜十分美味。
美味 味美味美味 yeah, like 味道 right 味道 so interesting.
这道菜十分美味。
So 美 and 道 is like split interesting. 这道菜十分美味。
这道菜十分美味。
美味。他十分喜欢运动。
他十分喜欢运动。
Okay. Fair enough. 十分 Totally, man. Like, yeah. Okay. All right. 作文。
作文。女儿。十分。
明明。Whoops. Not 3-2, but 2-2. 明明。I'll be. 好看。
好看。
Next lesson.本子本子 So remember a child notebook. Wait. Oh, it's a silent child holding his favorite notebook. Okay, that's fine. 这是我的本子. Oh, that might be higher.
这是我的本子。
Yeah, 本子. It's constantly half like a bit, at least 20% higher in pitch every time. So I'm gonna make that something that I do. Because I'm not normalizing. I'm dipping too low. I'm starting too low. So like 本子, like it's a half tone. I'm doing a half tone for the 3 and I stay there, kind of like in Japanese where you like carry the tone into the end or carry the pitch into the end. But this actually goes 本子, right?
这是我的本子。
Yeah, 本子. As opposed to 本子. 本子. So 这是我的本子.
这是我的本子。
你的本子在桌子上。
你的本子在桌子上。
你的本子在桌子上。很重要的本子。
很重要的本子。
很重要的本子。这两个本子 ，right？ 这两个本子。It's kind of tough with neutral. So neutral is, this is a good point where neutral is still middle, but sometimes my neutral is following the previous tone, so it's like either stays low or stays high. Okay. I'm using my hands like I'm singing or something. Ben, silent child holding a notebook.
本子。
Okay, notebook.
口水。
口水. Oh no, there's the 口水. Mouth water is saliva. Yes, indeed it is. Seeing. Oh, hey! Japanese makes sense now. Wait, what was the simplified version of this? Wait, do I have the simplified version of this? It's not do. It's not kan. Something the na. Nah, what? This is it's the bottom thing, right? Na 什么? Yeah, 那什么吃的? 那什么吃的? 他直溜. Yeah, 直溜好水泡水 no 烤水
见了那么多吃的，他直流口水。
It is 见 oh 见 oh how the heck do you write 见 Oh, wait. It's it's Jian. Yes. Oh, I see the relationship. Okay. That makes sense with the legs too. 见了那什么吃的
见了那么多吃的，他只
那么
流口
多
水。
那么多 Oh, that's dual. Oh, whoops. That's dual. Yeah. No. What? 那么多 That's 么
见了那么多吃的，他只流口水。
么多么
见了那么多吃的，他只流口水。
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's ma. Not in shema is ma. It's the thing on the bottom. So 么多吃的 So 见了那么多吃的
见了那么多吃的，他只流口水。
他只流 Oh, wrong tone. Okay.
见了那么多吃的，他只流口水。
只流口水 Not 流 Okay. 流口水
流口水。
流口水 So high. So high. Okay. Oh. Okay.
口水。
口水 Saliva. I'm kind of salivating right now because I'm thinking of food.
文明。
文明 Right, literature, wait, writing? Bright. A giant? Bright. Civilization. Literature, bright literature. How do you go about this? Advanced civilization is reached when the populace is bright enough to read, understand, and produce literature. That is awesome. I like that. That is a good one. Well played. Well played. That is very memorable. My favorite game is Civilization 6. Get out of here. I'm not surprised. I'm kidding. I'm thinking of Kevin writing this. 我最喜欢的游戏是it's called 文明 what is 6 文明就
我最喜欢的游戏是文明6。
I mean 6 dang it getting 9 and 6 oh my gosh I need to that 9 and 6 of all the two numbers I get 6 and 9 6
我最喜欢的游戏是文明6。
文明6 okay
我最喜欢的游戏是文明6。
Holy heck. Yo stays the same, but she changed up a lot. 游戏是文明6。中国文明。
中国文明。
Old? What the heck is old? Cool? What the heck is that? Oh, wait. No. It can't be like Shui. No. Shui Ma. No, wait. Shui Ma Wingming. No, wait.
古罗马文明。
Oh, yeah, that's cool. You're right. Like, 故事. 古
罗马文明。
古
罗马文明。
古罗马文明。That kind of reminds me of low, like in floor. That can't be that same character, is it?
古罗马文明。
古罗马文明。I guess we'll find out in the future. 文明。
文明。
Civilization. From now on, it's gonna be so hard for me to forget Civilization the game because of Wenming. Like, I just have to think of Civilization. Like the video game, Wenming. Interesting.
作用
作用. Effect. Not affect. Interesting. 作用. That kind of makes me more think of effect with A, not E. Interesting. 作用. Because like to do, to utilize next to each other, affect something. The reason we do or utilize something is to get a desired effect. Okay, so they turned it around into a noun, I say. To get a desired function, action. Oh, it is effect too. Okay, it's effect and effect. I see. So you can do effect or effect. Okay. Because when I think of do, utilize something, or to do or utilize something, I think of affect something. You're trying to affect something, promote something to. But you can also use it as a way. Interesting. Okay. Here's okay. 药 oh my gosh, 这药 wait, Yao looks suspiciously like 音乐 the yeah, like the traditional yeah. Wait, is this yeah? 这yeah 的 no, that's Yao because this is medicine. I'm cheating now because I'm translating. So 这药的 oh, maybe because the crown is there. Maybe the crown is missing. I don't know. It's probably without the crown that you get. Yeah. 这药的作用很快。
这药的作用很快。
很快。咖啡。Young? Ying? Yeah, that's cafe. That kind of looks like but no, that's not like young. Cafe. Something. 我要 cheese something 面说面 I don't know 说面作用
咖啡对我有负面作用。
负面 oh 负面 oh right that is 负 like in review or not review reply 回复 no maybe not what was the third one?
咖啡对我有负面作用。
That's 对 oh my goodness, that is 对 wow holy heck you went from this to this wait no that's not correct I'm thinking of something else 对 am I being a pep? Dude, Google Translate is... Oh, no, it's not. Yeah. No. It goes from this to, right, 对. Right. Oh my goodness. What is that? Oh, I can see the ye. And what? It's like 3 radicals put together. Okay. So 对对对，咖啡对我对我有负面作用。That makes sense. 运动对健康有重要的作用。Yeah.
运动对健康有重要的作用。
Yeah. Makes sense. Okay. All right. 作用effect. Okay.
分手
分手 Okay, to break up. Yeah. Not just to break up with someone else, but you can break up many things. After you break up with somebody, no part of your two hands will touch again. Woof. Or if it's a particularly nasty breakup, they may take a part of your hand with them as some sort of sick memento. Whoa, that got dark. It got very... Okay, 分手. That got very dark. The heck? 我们分手吧。
我们分手吧。
我们3年前就分手了。
我们3年前就分手了。
Okay, keep it high low. 他们决定他们决定分手。Alright, it's not my topic, but you know.
分手
You know me. 本子
分手
口水 Stop doing KAO 口水 对口水作用口水
作用
文明 Okay. Our last batch.
儿女
Oh, there it is. Sons and daughters. 儿女 version of... So sons and the women version of sons, daughters together are just sons and daughters. Wow, that was easy. That could be a little reversed. 他的儿女都在国外。呢？
他的儿女都在国外。
我在国外。Okay. All abroad. Yeah. Makes sense. What was this? 他对父母很爱 他对父母很爱，他们的他对父母很爱他们的儿女。
这对父母很爱他
哦，
们的儿
这
女。
对，whoops，这对，yeah。
这对父母很爱他们的儿女。
Oh, that makes sense. So, 这对就 okay. Oh, so it's being used. Oh, can be used as opposed to ge. Oh wait, hold up. The parents love. Yeah, so instead of using ge. Interesting. 他有三个儿女。
他有3个儿女。
儿女so high. 儿女很 Helio? What is that? That's 造 I can kind of see it. 是
儿女很孝顺。
孝顺 Oh, 孝 How am I thought that was teach.
儿女很孝顺。
孝顺 No idea. No idea. That's new. Helio. Interesting. 女 Whoops. Are女
儿女
It's interesting. Did they accept children? No. Oh, they do accept children. Okay.
水手
水手 Yeah, 水手 A hired hand to go out on the water as a sailor. Yep, 水手 And to become a sailor, one must first dip their hands into the water. That's fair enough. A little pedantic, but that's fine. 他是水手。
他是个水手。
他是个水手。水手。
他是个水手。
水手。Yeah, it's so. Yeah, and consistently not high enough. Whenever it ends on a third or a neutral. It's thirds and neutrals. Third tone and neutrals. They're often higher than I think. 那个水手正在船 no 正在枪 I see 枪里穿
那个水手正在修理船。
Oh, 修理 Oh no, that's not even close. I just took this part and thought it might be close to Chan, but that's not even close.
那个水手正在修理船。
Oh, 修理船 Oh, okay. Makes sense. 修理船 to repair. Okay. It does sound familiar. 他想抢位一名抢位一名选手。
他想成为一名水手。
Okay. I combined a bunch of different characters, but Wei we remember, but this is Chang, but coming from a different one, and then Ming from You Ming or Mian Day. I mean, sorry, name.
他想成为一名水手。
他想成为一名选手
他想成为一名水手。
学手 Just gotta keep it up. Keep the pitch a little higher. Yeah. Shay. Shay show.
水手
Yeah. So it's Shay show when it's anywhere else, but when it's at the end, it's like Shay show. That's like a slightly higher. I don't know if that's a thing, but we'll try it anyways. Sailor.
本人
本人. Okay, 本人. 本人. So book person somehow becomes yourself. Okay, this is a stretch. You yourself always carry a You yourself always carry a notebook on your person. It has your name on it so you never forget yourself. Ooh, this one's gonna be rough. A 本人 for yourself. Interesting. Wonder how that worked out. 本人. Being maybe being 你本人本人来
必须你本人来
Oh 必须 Oh that's she Okay that's still 必须 Okay 哇必须必须你本人来
必须你本人来
本人来 Oh 本人来 Oh that's yeah that's cut off in 本人 Yeah 本人来你本人怎么觉得
你本人怎么觉得
Okay 你本人怎么觉得 Higher because the is neutral so my pitch was lower out of habit again 你本人不喜欢猫对吗
你本人不喜欢猫对吗
Wow that's really open 对吗 Okay 本人 Okay out of a 本人 yourself
北
Okay, Bay. Here are all the sounds. Okay, all right. So we finally got our spoon. What the? Why is it not tilted? Oh, come on. This picks a spoon, the handle, yes. Carry over for WaniKani overlap. It's exactly horizontal. Interesting. Oh, wait. Is this... Oh, that's kind of weird. There's no way that's a difference between traditional and simplified. There's no way the diagonal version is the simplified and the horizontal version is the traditional, right? That goes against everything I've... No, like this. No, I don't know. Oh, so weird. Yeah, for it. Sh. S. And yang. Okay. Those are some gloomy words. North Pole. Okay, and there's a literal north. Yeah, at the northern part, there's a North Pole, is painted white and red like a peppermint cane. And at the top is a gigantic spoon. The group of strokes to the left represents someone leaning against this North Pole. Maybe it is Santa. That's a bit of a stretch, but I'll go with it. Santa really slimmed down. Interesting. Yang. Xiang. Bei. Okay, Bei is the only familiar one outside of Bei.
Bei.
Bei. Oh no, wrong tone. Bei. Okay. Carson Simmons is in the bathroom of the beach house. That checks out. By playing around with the North Pole he found behind one of the surfboards that is stored there. He finds that all the compasses he has all point north towards the North Pole in his hand. Ay caramba! Oh my goodness. Playing around with the North Pole. How does one find a North Pole? He found behind one of the... How does... Like a magnet? North Pole? On a beach? Okay. Xibei. Xibei. So Xibei. 北方 oh 北边 yeah 北边 oops 北边北京北极 whoa that G though 北极北方 yeah I was looking for 北方 okay 北 okay本人 I'm trying to think of how they pronounce it
本人
本人 they have two different generations of in 本人 本人 okay we'll just say with 本人 儿女 水手
水手
北
北
all right one more lesson set when when to ask yes so balloon doors asking Walter White interesting Walter White is in the bathroom of the infirmary. He is having a meth-induced episode of hallucination. Doesn't really consume the products that he makes though. I'm just saying. He sees a not lore accurate report. He sees a pair of saloon doors in the middle of the tile bathroom next to a doctor. It has a mouth. It asks Walter White how to make meth. Walter runs into the stall screaming. The other patients are afraid to ask him what his problem is. Alright. So a talking saloon door. I see. I'm down with that. Okay. When hao. When hao. 请问 when does that look like 叫 when 叫 no when how okay when how 顾问 interesting 顾问 oh I've seen that somewhere oh like 顾 as in 照顾 same 顾照顾问题 yeah that's okay
问
talking saloon door that asks something
他
oh no, what is the woman doing with the alligator with Tarzan in it? Okay. Tarzan is in front of the auditorium wrestling an alligator. Was he originally wrestling an alligator? Slender Man was tossing alligators at someone, but it wasn't Tarzan. Right? Or was it Tarzan? Oh, it might have been still Tarzan, actually. Wrestling an alligator as a performance to busk for change. Okay, the alligator is a she. Oh, that's a little... We can tell because it wears lipstick as a woman alligators do. Some of the audience members noticed this and jeer at Tarzan for hitting a woman. What the... How does this work? It differently could be like a woman in the audience. A woman in the audience cheered. She, she applauded Tarzan for wrestling the alligator. I don't know. It could have been different. That one's a little weird. All right. But it is weird enough to be memorable, so. How the common. Okay.
他
Alright, Tarzan.
有
Yo. An armpit. Interesting. A folding stool. Okay, it still checks out. Alright, let's go. An armpit. The top stroke is the collarbone. Oh, I see. Okay. And the one dropping to the left side is the arm. Yeah. The one dropping off to the left side. Oh, it's the other side. Okay. Yeah. Oh, the armpit here as opposed to here. Okay. Yo. Oh. Roll. What was roll? I have a word for roll. Roll something. It deals with as if too. Okay. Armpit, folding stool. It kind of looks like a folding stool, so enough said. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Oh. Well, that's different. Show is very different. I mean, yeah. Show is very different. Okay. Folding stool. Would you accept stool, though? No, you do not accept stool. Interesting.
有
Yep. Yo, what do we got? Yoshi is in the basement of the bakery. Checks out. Where he walks to and fro in the flour-covered cement flour room. Wow. Okay. tucked under his armpit is a folding stool. Every couple of minutes, he will unfold the folding stool for his friend to sit on. The top of the folding stool never has anyone sitting on it because Yoshi has no friend. He's going crazy from inhaling too much flour down in the basement. Well, that got dark. That got very dark. Poor Yoshi. Yohao. 游人. Oh, interesting. You can 游人. 朋友. 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 小朋友. Oh, okay. 朋爱. 爱? 朋爱. Oh, 有爱. Not 朋爱. 有爱. 有.
有
Wait. Okay. Okay.
他 有
What was this? Walter White was in the infirmary bathroom tripping out to the talking door.
问
Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's do our review. We're running out of time. Ooh. Too much digression. Okay. Okay.
他们
Calmant. 人们
人们
也好
也好
好人
好人
呢静 no 静
静
静 Jimmy Neutron, right?
回
Hey, what was this? 毛毛雨
毛毛雨
Okay.
大
What was the mnemonic for this? What was big? Oh, big bloodstain on Dracula's tuxedo in the bathroom, in the auditorium bathroom. The bathroom of the auditorium.
他人
Wait, how the heck did this work? The heck? I don't know. Oh, shoot. Aaron. Oh, that's not good. Oops, I misspelled sandals. English things. How did this work? uh G. Gandalf? Or is it GU? The heck is UO? Oh, that's because it's not correct. Oh, it's Goofy. That's why I couldn't figure it out. Goofy was eating the, yes. Okay.
七月，和， N
Oh, be careful about the parentheses.
姑
Totally forgot Goofy.
吃
Was Chucky wasn't you, was it? Ain't no way. Chucky's C, right? And what the heck is Chi? No, it's gotta be Chi.
出
Chu, I mean Chu, sorry.
了
Was it ER? Yeah.
R
Oh, Goofy basement. Goofy basement. Office building. Taking a munch
Cool.
on a fruit. That turns out to be dusted.
一
Wait. Okay. Oh no, this. Chi-man.
出门
Truman. I can't think Chi. Truman. Truman. It's to go outside or to go out. Dang it. Buddha.
不大
Did this accept not very? Yes, that was the not very. Men call.
门口
Heck you.
9月 雨
This part just be?
波
Yes.
八 大门
Oh no. I think there's a chance I'm gonna get these mixed up at some point, right? Or am I? Yes. Yep. Jian. Yeah. Ah! Wait. What was the barn thing? There aren't any parentheses. Oh dude, the parentheses are gonna be the end of me. I knew that was gonna happen at some point.
东西
Is Hulk H or HU? I think it's HU.
屋间
I typoed. uh
火
um Shrek. Inside the infirmary, Slender Man with crosses.
神
Yes.
凹
Heck you all. Oh, I was being loosey goosey today. Alright. Do I go over mistakes at the end? Oh, well, I'll do that then. Oh, hey, we have 2 journeymen. Nice. Our graph. Our graph is being proliferated right now. Okay. So we have no sounds this time around. So technically, let's simplify our sounds now, right? Oh, okay. So let's go over these things. North Pole. Spoon. Folding stool. Stool. And armpit. And then I think we're okay with... No, we should write So, bay, north, chi, yo, friend. Wait, was this correct? Yoshi was in the basement of the bakery, holding a stole under his armpit. Yes. uh, when ask. War. Fruit. In interval. Okay. Let's translate these and just say what they are, right? For now. So, 他人 作文 女儿 十分 明明 好看 本子 口水 作用 作用 分球 文明 文明 Oh wait, I screwed up. 本子 is just notebook. Right? How did this? Oh, a silent child with a notebook. Yeah, that's right. And then this is 本人 yeah, 本人 Arnie and 水手 Okay, so for now on, we're gonna do that for the vocabulary because it would take way too long. And I guess we're not gonna use the diagrams anymore unless I'm struggling with something. So the one that I'm struggling with is there's no... So I made a mistake on this, which is the barn. I put parentheses over it. That I also did that with some other things too, so that's gonna be a problem in the future. What else we got? I wrote exit instead of to go out or to exit. Right. Right. 七门. Wait. Just kidding. There are no little things. 七门. Wait. Yeah. 七门. Oh, so we're gonna have to dispense with. So I guess we're gonna use our mnemonic if we get a read incorrect. Now, to save time, because it looks like it's really ramping up. The sound stuff is pretty solidified, except the occasional location. And then 间 我. So 间 I mixed up with when. So this is 间 interval, which I already know the interval with 间. 果 was wrong tone. 果 is 3. And then oh, 他人, I don't know. I got a block on that one all of a sudden. That was weird. 他人 which is others. All right. Well, that's a pretty good way. I gotta end early so I could rest up. Tomorrow's a really big day for WaniKani, right? It's another lesson day. It's like the second peak. Not the primary lesson peak, but the second peak. And this, we're still filling out how we're gonna do this. I think it's kind of fun to do the little drawing arrow things, but I don't think that's gonna play too much of a role unless we mix some character up. Did I mix a character up? I kind of did. So let's do the two that we mixed up. So it was Walter. Let's do the two. So Walter White. Walter White was in the bathroom of the infirmary. Tripping out and got startled by the saloon door with the mouth. Right? That's how he got win. And then Jian was Jimmy Neutron. Outside of the pawn shop. pawn shop, cleaning cleaning the saloon doors, and using a portable sun to lower the drying intervals. 时间. Okay. That's as much as we'll do for now. For now, just doing it that way. So how do, okay, you know, we could do these components, right? So how did this work? What was B? Oh, Bart Simpson? So Bart Simpson was in the basement. Was in the basement of the beach house. Beach house. No. I don't think this was in the basement. Okay. So was in the basement of the beach house and discovered a North Pole somehow. And then everything points to north. That's a really weak one. It always points to, okay. What was spooned involved? Did I get anything with spoon? I don't think I got anything with spoon yet. Did I get anything with folding stool? Oh, I did. So Yoshi was in the basement of the bakery. Did bakery have like I don't know, bakery has parentheses. Was that what I got botched for? No. I'll have to look at bakery. Bakery has a stool underneath his armpits for a friend, but it's empty because he has no friends. Sorry. And what the heck is spoon for? I don't think I have anything that uses spoon today. That's fine. This is Goofy. Goofy in the basement of the office building, chewing on fruits made of 90% dust. This is Tarzan outside of the auditorium trying to impress people by hitting a female alligator. Okay. Wait. Where is it? I need my tools. Sounds. And we're doing bakery. Where the heck is bakery? Okay. Bakery does have. So let's review that. So beach house has optional bakery, English manor, and everything else is chill, right? Oh, and infirmary. Oh. Infirmary, English manor, bakery, beach house. Okay. All right. Okay, so what was it? Yeah, see, I didn't do that too. I don't want to be vigilant about these things. So, infirmary, English manor. Okay, I can see the relationship to that. Beach house, and bakery. All right. All right. Folks, that's a wrap. Tomorrow we'll keep the same schedule, largely because I expect tomorrow to be fairly long, and then we do our review, right? Our Japanese review. We started. Let's look at the timing of our stuff. So if it takes so that'll take me to Saturday, right? Straight up. Then I might put an extra rest day and then do the Chinese stuff. 1, 2, 3, which then leaves like 3+ weeks left to do Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth stuff. Resuming our Duolingo schedule. Adding our Duolingo stuff back. So yeah, that's a lot of time. We still got quite some time before Yakuza Pirates drop. Okay. And then I have to figure out this whole Spanish thing. Okie dokie. There you have it, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. We talked about essay writing today, of all things, which was pretty funny. I kind of want to ask students what they write with their target language. I think that's a really fun exercise. I could even Google like samples essays. It's been a while since I've written an essay for a purpose. All right. Other than journaling and stuff. First time in stream. How's it going? It's going pretty well, the pro calls. I'm wrapping up actually. Thanks for stopping by though. I appreciate the shout out. Yeah, I'm actually quite at this very moment going to head out now. I hope everything is good with you. Maybe you're interested in language learning. I would love to hear some things about language learning. If you're interested, maybe next time. I'm here every day around the same time, with otherwise exceptions. Best of luck. Good luck with everything. I'll catch you on the next one. So for everyone else, that's a wrap. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right. Until next time. 下次见. Right. 下次再聊吧. Right. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourself, keep on learning. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.